that again. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio, and once again, today we're going to do one of our bonus feedback episodes where we're going to celebrate your work and potentially give a little bit of bonus little hints on maybe how to improve that work if the need should be there. But often we're just celebrating great work from people in our community, such as yourself, so I'm glad that you're here for the ride. The plan for today's episode is we're going to begin by looking at your master studies, the paintings that you've done based on the classes that we've done recently. Then we're going to look at your drawings that you've done, maybe based on some of our earlier how to draw episodes that I did almost 5 years ago now. And then we're going to look at the paintings you've done, again, maybe outside of class or previous Master Studies episodes that we've already reviewed. And then we're going to wrap up. So I've got to pick my daughter up at school in like 4 hours, so we'll see how much we can get done today. Hopefully we can get through this list, because we did our previous bonus episode was only a couple months ago, so I mean, there is a lot of work. We still got about 400 artworks to go through, which is a good thing. That's an absolutely good thing, but hopefully we don't need to split this into 2 separate episodes. Oh, look, there's Brian in the chat there. Hello, everyone. I hope everyone's having a nice day or night, yes. And Ari there. Hi, Ari. Hello, Michael, everyone. Barbara. Good evening, Michael. It's 6:15 in a very sunny United Kingdom across the Great Pond. Wonderful. Okay. So, let's jump right into it. Just maybe actually before we jump right into it, just a quick little admin here. Just remember to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. The vast majority, 60 to 80% of people that watch these episodes are not yet subscribers. So just clicking that button, remembering to do that, is a hugely helpful thing to do. As well as potentially even leaving comments on previous episodes that you really enjoyed. That helps encourage people who just clicked on those episodes to engage with them a little bit more. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, like $5-10, because you've enjoyed this or any of the other previous episodes, consider just scanning that QR code. It'll take you to the PayPal page where you can safely and securely donate to support the channel. And considering we're a little bit late because of this camera, I'm not pointing at you, but this camera was on the blink this morning and caused me a little bit of panic, but it seems to be working for right now. But it won't surprise me if in the next month or so I need to replace that little guy. So any support that you can give to help facilitate that would be greatly appreciated. That's what the PayPal page looks like when you go there. Of course, you don't need to donate via PayPal. You can send an e-transfer. You could do a check in the mail. You can use the super chat function while we're live. Okay. Also, here's the Facebook group. Our community. So if you want to participate in these episodes, you want to upload one of your own artworks for the next feedback episode, click on the or scan that QR code or go to one of those web addresses on the screen, join the Facebook group and upload your work to the group. That's a little bit about how it appears on screen there. Okay, have I covered all my bases? I think so. Brian says, let's get this man to 50,000 subscribers. Awesome. We're almost there. We'll cross that in the next month or so. So that's very cool. Sega says, it's really hot in Scotland. Ooh. It's getting hotter day by day out here too. So it's going to be nice to be in the summer. Ari says, yes, it's one of our sunny days of the year. Remind me where you are, Ari. Because here in Vancouver, we make jokes like that all the time about, yeah, it's one of the 5 sunny days. Because most of the year it's a little bit kind of gloomy. So, okay. So, what did I say we were going to do? Let me remember what my own plan is. Oh, yes. Here we go. Oh, Ari's in London. Okay, there you go. Ah, Hi Moo says, or Hi Mao says, I have stickers of these drawings on the back of my laptop. That is so cool that you got stickers, maybe of your own artwork, or that you did. You seem like such a happy person. Oh, thanks. Ah! Okay. So you see what just happened on the screen? See how everything's purple? That's what happened this morning when I was... or right before we went live. Oh, no. This is a nightmare that this happens in the middle. Okay, so I'm just going to try turning this off. And or just turning the camera off. So just give me 1 second here. Okay. I don't know if I can get another camera set up. In as short of time as possible. Ah. Barbara says we can still see you. Let me just try. It worked. I turned it on and off and on and off a bunch of times, and it worked. So let me just see if I can get it to work here. Sorry for the delay here. Let me just put something else up. Well, Zolo says you look good in purple. Ari says I'd be fine with purple, Michael. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess this feels like this is like an old video camera from the 80s. This reminds me of like my dad's old home videos. Okay. Well, the consensus is that this is acceptable, the video, even though in its low quality is okay, then let's proceed as planned. Just we'll have to just go forward anyway. Okay, so let's where did these go? That means I need to take a sip of tea. Yeah, and okay. So I'm just gonna create so I can splice this together later. Okay, despite the strange video, the poor video quality that you're seeing me on right now, we're going to proceed as normal, and we're going to begin here by talking about the great work that you've done based on the master study episodes that we did recently over the last few months. So let's check out your master studies. The first artist that we're going to look at was Kees van Dongen, and first of all, I really like this artist, and I do want to do more episodes featuring him because there's a lot of other great paintings that I really like, and based on the number of people that were interested in reproducing this work, I think that means that probably other people would like to do more Dongen episodes. So we'll flip through all of the ones that we've got here. We've got Ari's version, we got Kathy's, Emily's, Kathleen's, Maria, Paula, Richard, Tatiana. Okay, so what is that? How many do we have here? 8 different people tackled this painting. Oh, and look, the video seems to have returned to normal, so that's great. Let's start here with Tatiana's here. Love how this turned out. Really beautiful. I'm trying to think if there's anything I can offer here. I actually really like how this turned out. I love how you added this, the black, what turned out to be the shadow, and so that was something I did based on the photograph that I could find. I later found another image that didn't have the shadow of the frame on the top of the image, so it's very funny that I incorporated it and other people did as well. I actually kind of think it makes a little bit of sense just compositionally, but I like how you've added those kind of like little waves. I don't know, did I just go a bar straight across? We will never know. I'm not sure I put that painting. But it looks great. Yeah, I don't know what I could offer here. I like the way you've done the eyes too. I like the very subtle little eyelashes or shadows for the eyelashes. Great job. Really nice done. And I like this kind of dry brush that we see on the edges here. Very well done. Great job, Tatiana. Richard's here. Here's my version. I changed the eyes partially by accident and I decided to stick with it. Yeah, and I think, if I recall, when I painted this painting myself, I also got to a stage where the eyes were like this, and then I kind of continued painting on it because I think that's what Kees van Dongen did himself. But I definitely was thinking about leaving it as it was. I think in closer to this state, because I do really like how your version turned out here, Richard. I think she is looking directly at us and making that eye contact, whereas the other ones, it's a little, in the original painting, it's a little less clear what's going on in her eyes and who she's looking at, which adds a little bit more mystery to the painting, whereas this one feels a little bit more confrontational, right? She's looking right at us like, what are you doing? She just caught us in the act of doing something, caught us red-handed or something, whereas the other version, she's maybe a little bit more curious, like looking around the edge of the stage, whereas this feels like she was been hiding, just waiting for the moment to catch us in the act. I love it. Yeah, great job. I actually really like the way that the modeling that you've done here in the background, which is, I think, a little bit different than the way I did it. I think I just very quickly filled that area in, where it looks like you've done a little bit more of like swirls, which, if I recall, is closer to the way that Dongen himself did this painting. Excellent. Don't know what else I can offer. You know, I do also really like the subtlety of her sleeve down here, and that's something that Dongen himself did. I think when I did this, I added a little bit of shadow because I wasn't as confident in the way that I painted it, so I added that little shadow under her elbow to emphasize that. But either way, I think it turned out great. There's Paula's version. That's so wild. Again, Paula never uses the outlines and just goes and just starts painting, drawing directly onto the canvas or paper. I think this turned out great. It's interesting, like her expression here is a little bit different, and she's looking kind of off to the side. So she's looking, in your version, Paula, off to the right, sort of, which suggests a kind of a different little story, that there's us, the viewer, watching her who's watching someone else, as opposed to maybe us being in direct conversation with the person poking their head out around the corner. Here we're poking our own head out around the corner, watching somebody else poke their head around the corner, watching somebody else, which is kind of funny. I like that. That's really great. And I don't know how intentional that is, but that is one of the fun things that I find with painting, is even making my own paintings, is sometimes we inadvertently create new stories based on just a couple little blops of colored mud that we put on a canvas or paper, and then you look at it and be like, whoa, that's a different story than I expected. That's kind of cool. So I like that. That's great. And well, you know, now that I look at Maria's, maybe they're all like that. Maybe the person is looking off to the side. I can't really remember. But yeah, that's cool. This one's great, Maria. Maria says, as always, lots of joy to follow the class and learn about such great artists. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I don't know what to say. This looks fantastic. I actually really like how you integrated this mistake that I made of the black line at the top of the painting, which isn't technically there in the original, but I think you've done actually an exceptional job of bringing, like, making it really feel a part of the rest of the picture. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I think it looks fantastic. Great job. Yeah, well done. Wow, these are great. This is a great start for today. Wow, and Kathleen's again. Oh, I love the details that you added to her sleeve. It looks like you got really inspired by some of the other patterning on her clothes and put in all of those swirls. That is nice. You know, I really actually like the way you did that, because let's say, you know, if we look at Richard's here, we see that there's the pattern here, and like Dongen left the sleeve kind of blank, and that helps us see that the sleeve is, you know, because it doesn't have any of that patterning, it kind of creates that natural line and tells us that the sleeve is different than the rest of the fabric covering her torso. And so I like here what you've done is, rather than doing the same pattern, which could cause confusion, and you've even kind of darkened it, added a little bit more orange there in the pattern. So that's great, because it once again, without putting the shadow on there like I think I did, you've achieved that effect of making the arm look different than the fabric covering her torso. Very cool. I really like that. What else can I say? I think it was fantastic. Great job. Emily, whoa, that is cool. Wow, I love the way you did those eyes with those wild big eyelashes. That's neat. You know, those, and her eyes are so dark. I mean, that's what makes this painting, I think, so interesting, is at least in the original, the darkness of her eyes lends so much mystery here. And the fact that yours are even darker, and the eyelashes are so pronounced that it kind of, it reminds me a little bit of, like, I don't know what, maybe it's like a Tim Burton movie. Because Tim Burton's kind of whole, you know, he directed Batman, the '88 version with Michael Keaton, and or now it's technically Michael Keaton Douglas. He changed his name just the other day to Michael Keaton Douglas because there was already Michael Douglas, so he had to change his original name from Michael Keaton Douglas to just Michael Keaton. Anyway, Tim Burton, you know, he did a lot of animated movies. What is The Nightmare Before Christmas? And I feel like he did something where he had, like, some of the female characters, instead of having eyelashes, they had, like, stitches around their eyes to simulate eyelashes, but they're just stitches around their eyes. It gives it kind of a gothic, macabre kind of quality. And I feel like that's happening in your painting too. And I mean that in the best way possible. I don't think that that's a negative thing at all. It just it gives it, again, another kind of story to the painting, right? It just makes it seem like there's another kind of, adds to the mystery, right? Because her eyes being so dark, those eyelashes being so prominent, that they almost appear like they're painted or drawn on, like she's in a costume or she's a performer, right? And which makes sense, that because it appears that she's peering behind the curtain, right, on the edge of a stage. So yeah, I love that. That's very cool. Okay, let's go up to Kathy's here. Ooh, cool, Kathy. Wow, so that's interesting. Maybe you got to the point where I was talking about how I made that mistake with the line on the top, and you're like, oh, okay, good. Caught it just in time. I won't paint that in there. I like that. Again, those eyes being super mysterious. Now it sort of looks like she's looking not just to the, I guess, to her left, but kind of down, like that that maybe she's on the balcony behind a curtain looking down at what's happening below. Like, kind of reminds me of the Stanley Kubrick's last film, Eyes Wide Shut, which is one of my favorite movies of all time, highly underrated, but there's this kind of mysterious figure kind of just poking their eye out from on the top balcony down, maybe into this atrium, watching some kind of secret act or procession happening. Very cool. And Ari's here. Ooh. So again, all of these have different stories. Like, here she seems almost less curious to me, and maybe a little bit more tentative and maybe even fearful. Maybe not fearful. I don't know. That's why I love painting, is that as human beings, we're story machines. Our brains are there to, one of the things that separates us from all the other animals and on Earth is our ability to come up with stories, to tell stories. And paintings, even though they're static, they're as human beings, we start connecting all of these different shapes and colors together to tell ourselves stories. So I gotta look at all these again together here, because this is beautiful. I love the way you paint. In fact, I even like, you add a little bit of darkness to the bottom right corner here, which just sort of gives a little, almost like a vignette to the whole painting. I don't know if that's in the original, but it just sort of, again, focuses our attention back towards the center. It's almost like all of these paintings, you could almost, if I spent some time trying to kind of organize them, we could create like an animation where her eyes appear to open and close and look in different directions. That's so cool. Oh wow, these are great. Thank you guys. I love the engagement on on our first painting here. So that really does encourage me to do more Kees van Dongen episodes because this is the a lot when a lot of people decide to paint one of these paintings, it kind of helps steer me into that particular direction. Okay. So, as far as I know, so in the opposite side of things, as far as I know, only one person attempted this painting, which is understandable because it is one of the more complicated episodes. All right, so we did this Édouard Manet painting, which is the barmaid at the Folies Bergère is one of the most talked about, written about paintings in all of art history for a number of different reasons, which I think I went into in the in that episode. I showed some computer models that people had created trying to figure out the space in this picture and and trying to reconcile the mirror-like effect that isn't quite lining up well. So yeah, I mean, this is great. I don't know what else. Okay, so Emily did this one on Procreate. Wow. So this is done digitally on like an iPad or digital tablet. Wow. I've got to say that this is one of the better digital paintings I have seen, not only on this channel, but of all time. Like, this is very convincing as a... And I would go so far as to say this is better a painted version than I might be able to do myself in Procreate. And I use Procreate all the time. Wow. I am super impressed. Really great job, Emily. You know, I think one thing that really helps is it appears that you did this warm yellow imprimatura even in a digital drawing. And so that's one of those little things that just, adds that slight bit of it's not something people typically do in a digital drawing, is to put an imprimatura down, because most people feel like it's a different medium, we got to approach it differently. I really like that you used this very traditional approach to starting a painting and you brought that into the digital sphere, and it's one of those things that really helps make this even more convincing, because all the little areas of semi-transparency let a little bit more of that imprimatur coming through. Wow, that's great, Emily. Wow. There's Misha in the chat, says thank you, Michael, very much for your feedback. Very encouraging. Barbara says, I love this Manet painting. It's on my list. The detail is fantastic. Misha says, I really love this painting. I couldn't finish it before the review. I had no time to paint last month. Yes, very busy. Oh, well, I think, are we talking about this one or the previous one? I can't remember, but... Senga says, very well done indeed. I love it. That's great. This is very encouraging, Emily. Well done. If you can do digital drawings like that, then the future is very bright. Well done. Okay. Next, we're going to move on to Barbara Kruger, and we've got 3 people who attempted this painting, which is pretty tricky. We've got Paula here, Maria, and Emily. Emily also did this one digitally. So maybe we'll start with Paula's here. Again, Paula doesn't use a template or anything; just hand drew this, eyeballed it out, and obviously that creates some distortions, right? Like, let's say maybe most noticeably the battleground text at the bottom is a little bit off center. If I was to try to, maybe I'll just give a little bit of quick advice on how I might approach that same kind of problem. Come on. Okay, so just quickly, let's say we're drawing this out. So, what I would do is this painting is divided in half, obviously. So I might block in this area where it's going to say battleground. And then I would just write out the text below, like maybe on another piece of paper. And then I would count out my letters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that means we pretty much have 6 on each side. Oops. Right, so that tells us that we can put the whole word battle on one side and ground on the other side. Essentially, I mean, sometimes the kerning might mean it's a little bit different, but the easiest way then would be to divide each of these up. Right, so we'll divide that in half. So we got 3 on one side, 3 on one side. And then we would just divide these into thirds so that we can then fit like a B, A, T, T, L, E, G, R, O, U, and D in there so that we can get that nice and neatly centered. I know it's a little bit, that slows the drawing or painting process down from, and making it a little bit more, maybe a little bit less expressive than I think what you really like doing, Paula, which is just painting and not worrying about all those details. But if you want that to be a little bit closer to the original, that would be a strategy to try to get there. But otherwise, I think it's fantastic. It's really cool. I like the way that you've done those eyes in particular. It has a very Picasso, Braque, Cubist kind of quality. Wow, let's look at Maria's. Excellent. So Maria did this a little bit closer to the way that I did this, using the template, but didn't look like Maria used the tape, right? So I used tape to try to get a really clean, sharp finish. However, it is very time-consuming and kind of frustrating. And so if you want to watch someone sweat, you can kind of go back and watch this episode and watch me struggle a little bit with trying to get to peel that tape away. And, it does make for some sharper lines throughout, but I would say not, the hand painting it is especially if you're wanting to build up those sharp, like this, the brush skills to being able to paint in and around those details. This is a great painting to kind of challenge yourself, because it is tricky doing all that little hand painted detail. I love the way you painted the face. First of all, in fact, that is really exceptionally done. As well, especially the face on the left there. Like, that is really, the modeling on the face, the subtle changes between light and dark is absolutely exceptional. Obviously, we see that same sort of thing on the right, but because it's in the negative, it's harder to kind of really perceive what's going on. We almost have to invert in fact, let's just try inverting the colors here. Let's go to, I don't think I did this to my own painting, but Oh, maybe... I don't know. I don't know if I can. Oh, there we are. Okay. Wow, that holds up pretty good. Look at that. So when we invert those colors like that, that's pretty cool. So it just goes to show how well you painted this, that when we do invert those colors, it is very, very convincing. Wow, I love that. So cool. Way to go, Maria. Well done. Okay, and then Emily did this one on in Procreate on a tablet, and also did a fantastic job. I think this one, Emily, sorry, did this. I think probably so obviously didn't use the arduous taping process, and decided to do a self-portrait too. I love that. I love that you even made this painting even more personal. Really cool. Wow. You know, and that's also very tricky to do all that subtle modeling of light and shadow, even on a tablet, to try to kind of get those very delicate transitions between light and dark. Really cool. It does feel that the face is maybe a little bit long, and while maybe you have a kind of a very kind of thin, narrow face, I feel like the eyes are a little bit high on the head, and so I think that also means that the chin is going to be very pronounced. And maybe you are closely related to Jay Leno, which is possible, but I think it might be worth just sort of looking at the my drawing series, How to Draw series, and the link is down below, where I did a whole maybe like 5 or 6 episodes on drawing human faces, just to get a little bit better, clearer idea on the structure, proportions of the human face, because the eyes are generally very close to the center of a person's head, and you can even just see that on the camera right now. One of the reasons why I think when I do these classes in person, and I let's say let's say we draw a sphere for a head and then divide it in half, and I ask people, like, what feature goes on this center line. I would say about 90% of people say it's a nose. So a lot of people put, you know, the nose right here, and then they put the eyes right there, and then the mouth there, which I think is kind of like what you've done, and that gives us this huge chin. Versus if instead we do the same thing and we put the eyes on here, our nose and a mouth, right? Then we have our hair up top here. And I think you can even see that on camera right now. A lot of people, when they think of drawing a face, they think of just drawing, or when they think of drawing a portrait, they think of just really drawing the face with a little bit of hair on top. And they forget that there's this chunk of the head, usually about a quarter of the head is for the hair on top. Now, obviously, if someone puts their head back a little bit, we'll see more of the chin. Senga says, I love how Michael gives everyone feedback. Best teacher online, 100%. You can see that on people's development. Well done, everyone. Thank you so much. Senga says, my 10-year-old niece is watching with me as I've posted her drawing, so she's excited. LOL. What it's like to be young. That is so cool. Brian says, yes, his feedback is always useful and amazing. You guys are so sweet. You guys are so great. I love it. Okay. Let's, oops, come on. Let's move on. let's put something more interesting. Screen while I do this. If you're interested, if you like the music that you're hearing, it's all written by my good friend Sam Davidson. Here's the link to his Bandcamp page where you can download his music or buy some of the albums. You'll notice that I designed almost all of the artwork for his records. Very good friend, and we've collaborated and toured together doing performances over the years. Okay. Furbait says, yeah, love ya, Mike. You made me the artist I am today, and I'm started doing digital after finishing your course a year ago. Love ya, Mike. Oh, that is so cool. Wow, you've made me the artist I am today? Wow. That's great. I mean, I'm so honored to have you say something like that. That's yeah, I'm a little bit speechless, which you probably know is a rarity, because I can talk about anything for a long time. I once did the Toastmasters International. I went to a couple of classes, meetings of that, and it was one of those things where I think they realized, okay, yeah, okay, because you're supposed to just get up and just ramble and talk about something for like 2 or 3 minutes. Just literally, they'll be like, talk about, you know, this roll of tape for 2 minutes, right? And most people are like, and I get up there, I'm like, and they're like, okay, yep, okay, that's good, okay, have a seat, yep, we're clearly you don't have a problem just rambling about nonsense for long. Okay, so let's take a look at our next artist here, Chang Dai-chien, and we painted this painting, a version of his painting, in celebration of the Year of the Snake, for Chinese New Year. And so we had, let's look at all the paintings that we got for this one here. Oops, so we got Kathy's, Kathleen's, Maria's, let's make that a little bigger, and Paula's. Wow, these are awesome. In fact, I'm just gonna clip this a little bit bigger. Okay, these are excellent. I love how all these turned out. Now, the same sort of thing with the Chinese characters, the text written in the top left. Whether that once we have tried writing that in our own paintings, whether that is recognizable as actual words afterwards is remains to be seen. But I love the attempt, the gusto that everyone showed in this painting. Wow, so fascinating. Everyone has a different approach on this painting. You know, and it's one of those things with a painting that appears simple at first. You know, that's one of those things like, oh yeah, my kid could do that. But I think one of the amazing things with Chinese art, Japanese art, Korean art, a lot of Asian art, is it's extremely poetic. I think that's the word that always comes to mind when I look at the great art of Asia, especially older artwork, because it's definitely one of those approaches where it's like less is more. And poetry, I think, is really important because, you know, in poetry, written poetry, every word is, when you're only using, let's say, like in a haiku, I don't know, maybe 20, 25 words at max. Every one of those words has to be really precise, and they have to be in the right order for it all to work. And if one of those words is not quite right, the whole thing falls apart. So while it seems like, oh, it's just 25 words, it's like Dr. Seuss, and nothing against Dr. Seuss, he obviously was a genius, but it means like when we're doing a painting that is kind of poetic, even though it appears very simple, all those brushstrokes, you know, are you know, they carry so much weight. They're so critically important to supporting the weight of that painting. So I think, if anything, when I painted this painting, I might have labored over it longer than I probably should have, because I'm bringing that more Western tradition to painting this painting that is done very loosely and quickly, right? Like Chang Dai-chien, being one of the great artists of all time, one of the great calligraphers, is able to paint very loosely, very quickly, and every one of those brushstrokes is in exactly the right place, which, you know, is tough, very tough. So Kathy, I love how this turned out. I love the different areas of transparency. We've got the dark leaves in the bottom and these very gestural, I think this is like a vine that's wrapping up into the branch above. Very cool. Like, what I like about how you've painted this is I can even see, like, in these brushstrokes, there's not a lot of fiddling at all. It's just like boom, boom. Maybe it's not perfect, but I'm just gonna leave it and move on. Which, again, easier said than done, because most of us are like, well, it's not perfect. If I just keep on fiddling here, I can make it perfect. But generally that results in creating a painting that's a little bit muddy, and so that's fantastic. Well done, Kathy. Wow, I love how this turned out, Kathleen. Cool. Same sort of thing. Like, this looks like it's basically 1 or 2 brush strokes. You painted the body of the snake like that, and we can see that you didn't fuss over this, because look at how all the texture of the canvas is coming through this brush as it just sort of glides over the surface. Like, many people, even including myself, would feel like, I should get in there and just keep painting and fill in the weave of the canvas. I could make it perfect if I just do it a few more times. And so I think the restraint that you've shown here is exceptional. I think it really comes across as sort of, and what that does also, it shows a lot of confidence in the painter. Whether you feel that way or not is a whole other thing. It's about the way the viewer apprehends, observes, appreciates the painting, is what I think is really important here. Like, even the snake, like the tongue, like, I can see that, you know, this one little brush stroke. First of all, I love that, you know, that brush kind of acts like a comb and it draws these 3 parallel lines. And then you painted that and then did another, so this is maybe like 4 brush strokes to do that tongue. But you didn't go back in and fiddle to try to make this perfect. And you didn't go in and try to erase it, and you know, again, for anyone who painted this painting is like, oh man, I know, I totally get it. That was one of the hardest things to do. Other people are like, yeah, I think I could probably do that in 10 minutes. I don't know what he's being a little bit too gentle on these people. They could have done a better job. And so I'm like, okay, if you think that is a very easy painting that can be done very quickly, then I would love to celebrate your version next class. Wow, cool, Maria. Wow, and so what? Okay, this is paper that you've prepared as well. I love that little bit of stain, like an imprimatura, or that looks like you've painted on top there to kind of yellow the surface a little bit. That turned out really well. And yeah, everything's done so beautifully. Yeah, I don't know what else I can add here. Oh, I love how you did the characters and the stamp, the artist's stamp there. These are great. And I love how you've got some other paintings kind of in behind on the easel. You got your color wheel handy for reference. That is so wonderful. Oh, wow. Misha says, I would never even think to try to recreate such great artworks, but with your classes, I not just enjoyed the process and learned a lot, but also built lots of confidence in my abilities. That makes me more happy than anything. Is building up one's confidence is such a big part of the learning how to do anything. Essentially, whether you're learning to play violin or snowboard or cook lasagna. I kind of feel like lasagna all of a sudden. I don't know why that popped into my head. But, it's, maybe the first few times you do it, you're snowboarding, you fall down a lot, and you're wet, sitting on your butt the whole time. But the more you do it, and then you start getting those little bits of success. You cook that lasagna. The first time it's a little bit burnt. Second time, maybe it's a little bit watery. But the third time, it's like, whoa, this is my new go-to. This is great. I love it. Senga says, we have all learned a lot from the best. He deserves an award. Thank you, Senga. Wow, and Paula's. This is so cool, Paula. I love that you also, Paula, again, you don't use the templates or the outlines. You just go right in and paint this one. And this one has a lot of your own flair in here. I like that, this very transparent watercolors that you painted in here. It gives it a lot of dimension. Like, I like this kind of, it looks like you painted the snake, maybe 3, 4, maybe 5 times with slightly different colors, which is different than the way that everyone else did that, and even different than the way Chang Dai-chien painted this painting, right? He'd use that kind of one red quick brush stroke and did this. You've built that up with maybe like multiple colors, so you're not fiddling with it, you're just sort of building up layers. I think that's really effective. You even did that with the script, the calligraphy here. Wow. Blows my mind. That's one of, for me, the most rewarding things is going back and looking at all these artworks together and just seeing how each person brings their own personality to the artwork. And so while it just seems like, oh, we're all just mindlessly reproducing a great artwork, right? It's like, no, not at all. By doing this, obviously you're learning lessons about painting, but your own personality, your own style starts to bubble through the surface. And the more and more you do of these, the more you can start to, the cream starts to form on the top there, right? And then eventually we just scoop that cream off, and then we're just doing our own thing, right? We're not reproducing other people's work. We're making our own original work, which is what I encourage everyone to get to a point where they start feeling confident to try to do more of those independent works on their own. Okay. Kin says, I love your series a lot. It's so healing. Oh, I totally agree. I mean, that's why art therapy is such a booming industry these days. Is because we've finally, at least in the West, come to realize how positive and healing making art can be. There's a reason why militaries in the West now have art therapy as a core part of people's recovery, right? Which, 50 years ago, when people had, what was PTSD, what used to be called shell shock, it's just like, what do you do? And you wimp, get back out there and fight some more. And they're like, oh man, I've seen too much. And so now we've evolved as a species where we're like, okay, clearly this person has been overwhelmed with the trauma. Let's try to find some positive ways to help them express some of the things that they've seen and experienced, to try to rehabilitate that person. And painting, making music, listening to music, dance, all sorts of other creative things can be extremely healing, right? I totally agree, Kin. Furbait says, I kind of feel corny, but I used to watch your streams and drew along, and it was really relaxing, and I'm doing it right now as well, so I guess some things never change. Totally. Senga says, I love this. Well done, everyone. Misha says, this is very cool how calligraphy is part of the painting. Yeah, I agree, especially with, well, all of these, and the original for sure. But I actually really like how Paula, you enlarged the calligraphy here, and it really becomes, you've used literally the same colors that we see, let's say, in the leaves, the bamboo on the bottom right corner here. And so it really, especially if you don't know, if you can't read Chinese like myself and maybe other people, then it really does become part of the picture, right? It's not just a title or a signature in the corner. It really becomes part of the picture. And that's why, people may have heard me kind of harp on about how important it is how you sign a painting, if you sign it at all, and how you really think, I think you really should think of your own signature as part of the composition. Just as if you were going to scrawl a little, bunch of little shapes in the top side or wherever you put it in your painting. Because if not, it can be really jarring. It just sort of floats there right on the top, like, somebody's just stamping papers and it's just got this big thing. And it's like, whoa, that doesn't belong there, right? Brian says, yeah, I'm drawing faces. I'm watching this stream. It's great therapeutic, and the background noise too. Misha says, yes, I was referring to Misha's painting. And Furbait says, yes, I sometimes agree that signatures can mess up the composition. I agree 100%. Okay, I gotta keep an eye on the time here. As I said, I gotta pick my daughter up from school. And usually after school we go swimming. That's her favorite thing on earth. A few weeks ago we went to Harrison Hot Springs for Easter, which is, I had never been there, but if you live in the Vancouver area, there's just a couple drive east of Vancouver. Wonderful. I think it's a great place for little kids and seniors. If you're a young couple, you might find it a little bit busy. A lot of kids running around, and I was a little bit afraid because I saw some of the reviews, and some people were very unhappy with the experience. Of course, I read those reviews after I booked our trip. It turned out to be perfect. My daughter, she was just as happy being there as if we had flown to Hawaii or somewhere down in Mexico or the Caribbean. She spent the whole time splashing around in the pool. It was just like heaven on earth. So let's, I don't know why I just told you that story, but let's look let's look at the work that you guys did inspired by Paul Cézanne's famous Card Players painting. Of course, Paul Cézanne did, I think, 4 different versions of this painting, each slightly different. But talk about slightly different versions of this painting. So where should we start here? Maybe let's start with Eula. That's great. Wow. I don't even know if there's, what can I even offer here? I mean, this is so great. This is another one of those paintings that, and Paul Cézanne was, and remains one to this day, a very kind of polarizing figure. Some people look at his work and are like, really? Like, seriously? I don't know what the fuss is about. And yet there's other people who look at Cézanne's work, and like people like Picasso and Braque, Matisse, and all the other kind of big avant-garde painters of the last century looked at Cézanne's work and were like, whoa, that's incredible. Like, how do we do that? And so it's I think it's deceptively complex, and to anyone who tried doing this painting, I think probably recognized that, oh, this is maybe a little bit more tricky than it seems. Really, yeah, I don't think there's anything I can offer here, Eula, to I'd have to look at the original. I'm not sure, maybe this collar feels a little bit bright, and I just say that because one of the things that I like to do is you just do that little squinting thing. You look at your artwork or any other artwork, it's going to remove those details and just show you the extreme contrast between light and dark. And I do feel like that collar pops maybe more than it should. Like it might be just go a little bit more gray, and maybe Cézanne did that himself, which is entirely possible. Again, he was kind of a bit of a quirky artist. It just feels like it competes a little bit with his pipe, but I could be wrong. Either way, it looks fantastic. Paula's, whoa, that is wild. It's so cool. Like I find it so neat, Paula, because you hand draw all these images that is going to almost instantly create a different image. It transforms it a little bit, and so seeing how it transforms, where you make those changes or how those changes arise, I think is very special. I think, I start thinking to myself, well, if you put another half hour, 45 minutes into this painting, we could refine it, get a little bit more detail in here. And yet at the same time, I feel like all of the most critically important things are here. Like, we could spend more time trying to define the cards in the hand, or his elbow on his shirt here, or the colors under the table and matching them with. So there's little things like that, and yet at the same time I look at it and think like, well, all of the important elements are there. I mean, we can look at this painting and it's not like we don't know what's happening. Like, it seems to me pretty clear that this guy's smoking a pipe and he's sitting across the table from another guy who's playing cards, right? It's like, that's, in essence, that's the most important thing, that we comprehend what's kind of going on in the painting, and then afterwards everything else is just kind of decoration, right? So in many ways you've boiled the essence of this painting down to its essence. I like that. And Taria, wow. That is wild. So you painted a dog instead of another person. I love that. It does. It's funny because, well, it's funny because it's like this dog is just sort of staring at this guy who's staring at his cards, and yet the dog doesn't have any cards, right? So it's not like the guy is playing cards with the dog. He might be sort of just looking at the cards in his hand and deciding what he's going to do, or maybe he just lost all of his money and the other guy just got up and left, and the dog climbs up on the seat and is like, now that you've gambled our home and all of our money and food away, what are we going to do for lunch there, Smarty Pants? Or should I find somebody else who is going to be able to put dinner on the table? Like, what's the plan now, genius? And this guy's like, oh, what have I done? Oh, geez. I don't know. It just seems very funny. And actually, I just noticing this space up top here, how you've transformed that into a window. I mean, that could very well be what's there. I didn't, when I was painting this, I think I made this very ambiguous, because I think it's pretty ambiguous in the original, but, if you saw a window frame up here, that's fantastic. I love that. Very, very cool. you know, it's very funny, but it's again, there's a story in here that sometimes an artist creates inadvertently, and then kind of is like whoa, I didn't mean to do that, but I kind of like that. You know, it's sometimes when you hear filmmakers or authors being interviewed, and they're sitting across from some, you know, college professor, and they're reading all of this deep stuff into their painting or their song, and the person sitting there like, well, you know, that wasn't my intention, but that sounds great. Do you mind if I use that in interviews going forward? Because, man, that makes me look really smart. And yeah, this is really cool. I love all the very subtle uses of color in here. Misha says, I need to get back to work, but we'll definitely watch this episode. Thank you, Michael, very much. Thank you guys for sharing your works. I love them all. So amazing and encouraging. Thank you so much, Misha. Misha says, I love hot springs. We do not really have them on the East Coast, but when I travel, I always do hot springs when possible. Yes, there's something about just that natural hot water bubbling up from under the Earth's crust that just feels so rejuvenating. That's why people, since the dawn of time, have gravitated towards those places. The name of Jesus, amen, says, hi, hello, my friend. Good name for your YouTube handle there. I like that. Okay. How much more? I'm trying to think how many more we can do or should do, depending on how much time we've got left here. I think maybe after this we might move on to just looking at all of your drawings and then paintings afterwards, I think. Just because we got so many to do and I got a limited amount of time today. So let's look at the work of Albrecht Dürer, the great drawer, painter, art, some might say the greatest drawer of all time. And this painting we did of the young hare, the rabbit, although hare and rabbit are different, but just some people might not know what I'm talking about when I say a hare. Emily, I think this is done, yeah, done on Procreate. So this is done digitally, which, again, you're getting really good at using Procreate, Emily. Wow. Well, let's flip through these. There's Kathleen's version, Kirsten's version, sorry. Oh, Kristen did a couple. Ooh, interesting. Paula's, Renee's, and then Senga did a few different versions here. Wow, okay. How about let's start here with Senga's. Well, I guess let's kind of go rewind. We'll go backwards. So here's the initial stages to get this one started, and then I think that's a little bit different too. Or no, is it? Is that the same? No, it's different because that one is bigger. Huh. So it looks like maybe this one was started and maybe left unfinished. Interesting. Oh, thank you, Name of Jesus. Nice donation. Thank you so much. I'm so honored. That's so cool. Yes, Senga says that's very kind. Thank you. That's so generous. Thank you. That's so sweet. So Senga here. We've got this version. Oh, Kathy just got home. Hi, Kathy. So we have this version you started. I think maybe you moved on because you realized that its hind legs were kind of getting squished in the corner. Senga says I did about 4 versions. Okay, that makes sense. Because I'm like, what's going on? So there's this version. Then here's this one. There's this one, and then we have them together. Wow. So, I mean, first of all, I think it's great that you were persistent to do multiple versions of this drawing. Often some people start it and are like, I don't like it, tear it up, throw it out, move on, maybe stop drawing for the day. The fact that you weren't happy the first time, tried it again, maybe weren't happy the second time, tried it a third time, weren't happy, and tried it a fourth time, shows a great deal of perseverance and determination. And for an artist, that is essential. It's absolutely critical to be able to kind of take those get knocked down and get back up again. What's that? Thinking of that Chumbawamba song. I get knocked down and I get up again. Nothing's gonna keep me down. That's my gift to you guys today. Is that earworm? Chumbawamba, blast from the past. But that idea of like you do something, you're not happy with it, instead of just giving up, continuing to persevere until you get closer to what you feel like you're capable of doing, or expressing the thought that you have. That's so important, because the vast majority of people get discouraged very quickly and give up. And that resilience is really, that's maybe arguably one of the most important skills that an artist can develop or have. Yeah, I like how all these turned out. They all have like little bits of different personalities here. Like if we just go back and forth between these two, you know, like I just think it's so funny, like to just imagine the personalities of these different rabbits. I guess we have them side by side here. It's a little bit harder to see in these pictures. I think I like these. Like this one feels like a little bit of like, this is like the old grandpa rabbit or grandpa hare. You know, those whiskers above his eyes just seem like, you know, they're getting a little bit out of control. It's like, Grandpa, I think you gotta trim those eyebrows a little bit. This one's got bigger eyebrows, but somehow they just seem more coiffed, more deliberate, right? This is like Grandma's eyebrows, or Grandma's eyelashes, really. They, you know, she's all dressed up, and she's just going to the grocery store, but Grandma looks fantastic. Oh, this cracks me up. This is great. I love how all these turned out. I also really like how you colored in the background, because the majority of people either don't touch the background at all, or it's a bit of an afterthought. Whereas, you know, to color the background like that would have taken you, you know, maybe 10 minutes to do, because there's like 3, 4, 5 different colors there. So doing that is, you know, that's a commitment to the drawing that most people aren't willing to do, or doesn't even occur to them to do. So I love that, Senga. Really, really cool. Senga says, you got me singing again, Michael. Senga says, I always draw my things 3 or 4 times. That's a really smart way of going about things, is doing multiple versions of it, because I think you'll see very clearly that you're going to get different results each time. And I know for some people that is so frustrating. It's like, I'm trying to do it, and each time I do it, it turns out differently. What am I doing wrong? To me, I think that why would one assume that that's wrong? Like, I mean, it's not like a golf swing where you're trying to get the exact, you know, hit the same hole each time. Drawing it differently each time, I think, shows that that it feels very dynamic, that you're a human being, not a robot, right? That you're going to express yourself differently each time. In the same way that if I said, write this, you know, 2-sentence email 5 times, just to your boss or your friend or whatever, each time you do it, you're probably going to write it a little bit differently. and maybe the meaning changes a little bit differently. Maybe the first time your friend reads is like, "What is this? Are you? Oh, how offensive!" And then the fifth version, they're like, "Oh, that's so sweet. What a sweet email." Right? And it could just be the same, the motive behind that email, the same thing, but just restating it different times can convey a totally different kind of feeling. Okay, I should move on from things here. These are awesome. Barbara says, yes, but would you walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more. Kathy says, yes, all good here. Sunny, finally my vegetable garden is calling out, but not today. Painting instead and watching. Name of Jesus says, I recently discovered your beginner's tutorial, which has 40 lectures, and I truly think that these are absolutely mind-blowing. Thank you so much for your contribution. Oh, thank you, my friend. That is so sweet, mind-blowing. My mind is blown from your comment. I appreciate that. Singh says, I can personally see an improvement in my drawings, and thank you. I had never painted until you taught me. Thank you so much. Wow. These are great, you guys. Thank you so much for all the sweet, generous comments in the chat. I mean, I could just sit here and really bathe in the kindness in the chat, but I do want to move on and talk about the artwork that you guys have sent in here. So let's look at Renee's. This is great. Wow, I really like how this turned out. Look at the beautiful layering of color. Wow. It's like, what is going on down there? How did you get this little halo of lighter color? Maybe you shaded this in, but that's very difficult to do. That's pretty cool. Maybe you erased that? I'm not sure you got such a clean line, but I do like that you shaded this area in. Maybe it's a little bit of watercolor. Maybe these are watercolor pencils, and then you took a paintbrush with a little bit of water and painted that in to get that very clean shape there. Either way, that's beautiful. I'm trying to think if there's anything I can offer. I think, you know, if anything, the way that you did this ear might be better than the way I did that ear. I really think that's very effective. It really feels like this is the top fold of the ear, and we're seeing the inside of that ear. And it also feels very, like, it's very effective that this is the ear. It's kind of folding around, and we're seeing just the little bit of the inside of the ear up there. Very cool. Exceptionally done, Renee. Well done. Paula's. Wow. I wish we could go back to 1502. There was no war. Yeah, I mean, that's so sweet. I mean, Paula, I mean, I know that, you know, you've talked before about how much the war in Ukraine and some of the other conflicts in the world have disturbed you quite deeply, and I feel similarly. I would say, though, that, you know, around this time, like during the Renaissance, as there were also lots of pretty terrible conflicts going on around this time, and if anything, war is always terrible, but some of the atrocities committed back then give what's going on today a run for the money. That's for sure. So I don't know if I want to go for 1502. Life was pretty difficult back then there as well. I don't know if I'd be willing to give up some of my creature comforts like tea. Because I don't know, when did tea arrive in the Western world? Tea being, if I understand correctly, originally comes from China. maybe parts of India too, but yeah, I don't think I'd be willing to go back before the introduction of tea, wherever it was. Maybe I could go back to 1502 in China. If there's tea back then 1502 in China I would be in heaven. But since I don't drink coffee, tea is kind of like I think my blood is probably like 50% tea. Captain says, I think use capitals to get Michael's attention. He says, yes, that's true. Name of Jesus Amen says, I am allowed to ask questions besides the topic of the live stream, like general questions related to drawing. Is that allowed? Of course. Yes. Absolutely. Ask away. I'm here to help. That's what we're doing. Furbait says, I don't know, Mike. I'm sure you couldn't cut your hair back then in China unless you were a monk. Interesting. I haven't heard that before. Well, I at one point did have some longer hair. I made a movie of my own many years ago where I was like a Napoleonic era general, and so I grew this long hair and put my hair into a ponytail. So I don't know if there's any photos of me on the internet with that hair, but I have had long hair in the past. And speaking of hair, let's continue looking at The Young Hair by Albrecht Dürer. And so let's look at these ones. Okay, so Kirsten did 2 different versions as well. Wow, each one of them, once again, so radically different. I mean, just very clearly, the way that you've approached the background is also different in both of these. This one appears to have maybe a little bit of color in the bottom, whereas this one you really went wild. Like this one, this looks like this has been, in a museum for 500 years. Like it feels older. It's got this like yellowed paper, the patina of age, versus the other one feels a little bit fresher. Maybe it's a little bit more of that yellow in there. It feels a little like in the hair itself. It's so interesting. Even the expression feels different. Like if we look at this, the eyes of the hair are clearly the darkest part of this drawing, so they really pop. My eyes go directly to its eyes. Versus this one, I mean, the eyes are no longer the darkest part of the image. Like we see the fur, particularly around on its hind legs, is that dark, maybe even darker. So in one way, by everything being kind of a lot darker, it creates a little bit of an equivalency. So maybe my eye might start in different places than going directly to the eye, which is not a good, necessarily bad thing or whatever. Whereas this one, because it's the darker, my eye goes right to it and maybe focuses more attention on the face most of all before I start moving around. I don't know. Really effective. I like these. I wonder which one. I would suspect maybe you did this one first, and then you learned some lessons and applied it to this one. But I could be wrong. I don't know. I'd be really interested to hear, Kirsten, which one you began and which one, maybe you finished them at the same time. Maybe you started one and weren't happy, started the other one, and then came back to the first one, and then, bounced back and forth, which often happens. I've done that many a times with paintings. I might start, as I've said before, I'll often paint with like 4 or 5 identical versions of that painting. Like just for instance, my daughter and I made a bunch of paintings of rabbits the other day for her show and tell, and we did 4 of these in total. And it's really fun to do a bunch of the same paintings simultaneously, especially with little kids, because they're all going to turn out a little bit differently, and then also you can give them away to family, who just love them. So, wow, Kathleen, that is so cool. So this one, it feels very light, like it's, especially compared to Kirsten's here that we saw just moments ago, like how dark this one is. This one has a much more airy feel, right? And that's because there's not that same level of density of line. Maybe the darkest parts are, again, maybe the eyes, around the hind legs here, nose, bit of the ears. I think it could be pushed a little bit darker. I think we could have a little bit more complex coloring in and around the face and neck area, like in the same way that you did for the ears. Not necessary, but I think the structure of the rabbit, though, is very effective. Like this eye here and the kind of the cheeks, the jowls and everything are really well done. These crack me up. I love the personality in these. And then there's Emily's version that Emily did in Procreate. And once again, I'm really astounded, Emily, with how effective your drawings in Procreate are. Like, I teach figure drawing classes at Emily Carr University here in Vancouver, and I give my students the option of drawing on paper and on tablet, as long as they do at least half and half, right? So if you're going to bring in your iPad on one day and draw a model, the next week you got to bring in paper, right? So that we're not just doing all computer the whole time or just drawing on paper the whole time. But I would say the facility that you have with drawing on Procreate is better than most of my 3rd and 4th year students drawing on the computer. Right? That's because at least in the attempt to mimic traditional drawing tools like paint, like acrylic paint, oil paint, and in this case like charcoal, graphite kind of look. Excellent. All of you guys, I'm blown away. These are so good. Okay. So we're just about to move on, but just before we move on to looking at your drawings, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, especially those of you who are new to the channel. Lots of new names and faces there in the chat. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, $5-10, you can use the QR code there on the screen to donate via PayPal. And if you've been watching since the beginning of the episode, you know that this camera that you're watching me on right now, the reason why we were delayed 15 minutes is it had problems, and then shortly after we went live, it started acting up again. So I have a feeling that I'm going to need to replace this camera in the next few weeks. So, and since I'm not sponsored or paid by any big company, and you notice I'm not foisting any weird junk on you, you know that this is really one of the only ways that I have to support the channel. Other ways you can use is donating via an e-transfer or sending a good old check in the mail. Those links to my website, which has my email address and a link to the PayPal, all that's down below. If you want to send a check in the mail, contact me through my email. My email is also on the Facebook group. So if you haven't joined the Facebook group and you want to participate in these episodes and have me give some free feedback on your drawings, paintings, whatever it is you've been creating lately, consider joining the Facebook group. and upload your work to the group once you've joined, and so we can celebrate your work just like we're doing today. Okay. Stephanie says, Michael, Kirsten is me. Okay. I think you've told me that before, Stephanie. But my mind is... I have a hard time keeping track of stuff like that. In fact, I was just at a neurologist yesterday doing a bunch of different tests, and depending on the situation, my memory can be very suspect. So, come on, let's make this bigger. So you'll have to remind me many, many, many times. Brian said, let's get this man to 50,000 subscribers as well. Awesome. Barbara says, tea was introduced by the Dutch to England in the 17th century by the East India Trading Company. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you to the Dutch East India Trading Company. Although heaven knows back in the day there was probably did some very terrible things, because that was just the way people seemed to operate back then in those good old, or not good old, the good old days. Okay. So let's... Do I want to open all 177 drawings? Yes, but let's put them all in one file. Come on. Let's try that again. Yes. Okay, I think that worked. Okay. So we're going to start out at we're going to go in reverse alphabetical order, because last time we did just regular alphabetical order. And I know those of you, like myself, who have names that begin with M and L and K, you know, when teachers went back starting at the one, you're always in the middle. So trust me, I've been there. But we'll start out here at the end of the alphabet, although we don't have any drawings by people with names after S, so we'll start here with Shiraj. Wow. I don't... We're starting out pretty good here, Shiraj. So this is exceptional. I love this drawing. I had so much fun doing it with gouache and colored pencils. And I think, Shiraj, you have a question a little bit higher here, which says, I have a few questions. I used gouache, and I couldn't help but wonder, is it okay to experiment with gouache for paintings traditionally meant for acrylic? Yes, absolutely. Gouache has been my first painting medium since I started about a year ago, and I've grown quite fond of it. However, I've noticed most of the artists, including Michael, prefer acrylic, and gouache seems less popular. I have a few questions. Is gouache an inferior medium? No. Can gouache work for paintings originally intended for acrylic? Yes. Should I consider switching to acrylic eventually? If you want. If you're curious or you want to try. Gouache is sort of like the painting material that exists between acrylic and watercolor. So if you like watercolor, but if you feel like acrylic is too different and you're scared of jumping all that way there, then gouache is kind of a nice kind of bridge between acrylic and watercolor. Same sort of thing if you've been painting with acrylic and you've always thought about maybe going to watercolor but you're scared, try going to gouache first. Because gouache has many of the best qualities of both watercolor and acrylic. Gouache usually comes in very small, kind of small tubes of paint. So it's already, like acrylic, has water in it. So while you can add water to gouache in the same way you add water to watercolors, you can also just paint with gouache right out of the tube. So, some people find that to be an advantage. Gouache also can be diluted and make for very thin watercolor-like qualities. In fact, you can almost paint with gouache like you paint with watercolor, because at least traditionally watercolor would come in like little tubes, and you'd squeeze it out of these little tubes, and this kind of very like super thick toothpaste would squeeze out of the tube, and then you'd use water to activate it a little bit more and paint with it. We're probably most familiar with watercolors that come in like a tray with dried colors, and then you use water to activate it and turn it into paint. But traditionally watercolors come in very small little tubes. So gouache is same sort of thing, but just a little bit more watery. So you don't need to add water to it, but you can, and you can basically paint like watercolor with gouache. By the same token though, let's say, if you're painting in watercolor, your colors are always quite transparent, right? And let's say you want something that has a thicker, more opaque quality. It's almost impossible to do that with watercolor. Whereas gouache, if you just use the paint as it comes directly out of the tube, you can kind of get those very solid colors that you see with acrylic paint. So I think gouache is an excellent medium. I highly recommend it. I certainly don't think there's anything wrong with gouache whatsoever. But in fact, if anything, gouache, an argument could be made that it is more versatile than either watercolor or acrylic, because it's got many of the best of both worlds. In fact, the majority of illustration throughout the history of illustration as a what would you call it? Illustration as a activity, illustration. Man, I get myself in trouble because I teach drawing and illustration at Emily Carr University, and talking about the differences between drawing and illustration is like, illustration is generally used for reproduction in, let's say, children's books. A lot of children's books are painted with gouache. A lot of advertisements all the way up until the beginning of the digital era in the mid-'80s was almost entirely done with gouache. So if you watch episodes of like the Mad Men TV show where it's all about the advertising world in the 1950s and 60s in the United States, and you see those big posters and stuff that the artists create to sell to the clients, almost all of those would be painted with gouache. Because you get these really nice, very solid colors that reproduce very well. So yeah, gouache is totally fine. Go nuts with the gouache. I love gouache. Let's go back to this painting or drawing. I like how you've used what did you say, with gouache. So you can use that gouache to paint, let's say, the hair, and then you go back over it with the colored pencils to create these really nice effects. You see a lot more of that texture coming through. I think that's exceptional. It looks beautiful. And this also, again, reproduces very well on screens and in publications. So that's why it's so common to see it used in the printing process. Excuse me. Wow, look at that Shiraj. That's cool. So like one of the features, if you're using thicker gouache, you're less likely to see the kind of evidence of paint strokes that you might normally see with watercolor paint, because you can really build up the opacity of that color. Yeah, this is beautiful. Wow. Wow, Shiraj, you're setting the bar really high for everybody else here. Other people who are waiting for me to talk about their drawings, like, oh my goodness, look how good these are. Oh, he's not gonna like mine when he sees them, which is not true, obviously. So here's another one that you did here, Shiraj. This is on Panchenko's painting. Wow, you said you drew this freehand, which makes it a little bit precise. Wow, this is amazing. You did this freehand. Wow. But again, look how nice, and I mean, I think most, well, yeah, I think this is again done with gouache. I think. Looks like there could be a little bit of colored pencils in here, maybe to go back over these lines, I suspect. But then it does look like some of these might be colored pencils activated with gouache. Oh, yeah, I used gouache. Okay. Wow. So, I mean, for instance, painting this with gouache and colored pencils would be faster and arguably more effective than using the acrylic like I did. Because using the acrylic, it being a little bit thicker, it's kind of just more painstaking to do a lot of this work. So gouache, I think, was a very smart, perceptive way about going about doing this particular project. Okay, we'll get to some of the things you... Senga, okay. So, let's see. I'm just going to trim this down here. Oh, thank you, Senga, for the donation. That is so sweet. Wow, that's very cool. Well, speaking of you, Senga, here, let's look at a bunch of your drawings that you sent in. We got a lot here, so... and some of these might be a little bit jumbled up, so there might be some repetition in here, so just forgive me if we bounce around a little bit. I think I counted something about maybe 140 artworks that you uploaded to the Facebook group over the last little while. So we'll flip. In fact, let's just go through all of them, and then we'll come back and take a closer look at them. I love how active you've been here, Senga. I think it's very inspiring to other people, the amount of work that you've created recently. Look at all this. Wow. You're like a little machine just cranking out the art, Senga. Okay. So maybe let's start up here. I don't know sure which order this might. I think this might be one of the more recent ones you've done. I think in just the order that I captured all these images. That's great. I love this parrot. I love all the color in there. Beautiful. This is one you did for Easter. That is really cool. I'm not sure. Wow. I love the patterns that are going on here, and all of these floating orbs, or I guess maybe they're Easter eggs, maybe? That's wild. As we'll see here, I really like these, the kind of, I would say, quote, weirder, more idiosyncratic artworks that you and maybe other people do, where you're just sort of letting the kind of your own personality, the weirdness of all of our individual personalities, when that comes out, I think that is some of the things, at least I am personally most attracted to, is just seeing kind of the one's own personality just being unleashed upon the world. I think is so fun. So that is wild. The parrot was with cheap pencils. Wow. So that's wonderful. Look at the patience involved in this one. You know, so one of the things I think we'll see here, Senga, is there's quite a dramatic difference between your drawings. You've got some like this that clearly you must have spent hours and hours and hours doing, versus some other ones that, like you said, were just done as quick little doodles. And that's totally fine. That there's... I think most artists often artists have multiple kind of creative outlets, and so some artists do these very refined versions that they might exhibit or sell, and then they have their kind of quirky, weird stuff on the side that they're doing that they may not show everyone. And that's one of the, I think, most interesting things about, often after an artist passes away and maybe they donate their archive, all of their work, to a museum, and then that museum goes through all thousands of sketchbooks, and then it usually takes like a decade or two, and then they'll have an exhibition kind of going into down into the weeds of stuff that no one has ever seen, and then those come out and people are like, whoa, look at how, like, this is... maybe it's an abstract painter who's famous for their abstract paintings, but then we see all of these quirky, weird drawings, portraits of their friends that they never showed anybody. Maybe their friends saw them, but nobody else. And so I love that we have quite a diverse range of your artwork here, Senga. That's cool. And I think Senga was just talking about this here in the chat. So Senga says, I gave my Passion of Christ to my local priest, so doing another one just now at the local pub. My Celtic football player Jota to donate for Heart Foundation and cancer. I like watching World Cup football, but I have to admit I'm not a big football fan in general. So I don't know the pronunciation of I'm sure Jota is probably one of the most famous football players. I haven't said soccer when I'm talking about football. Probably one of the most famous football players around, and I'm butchering their name, so my apologies to all the angry soccer hooligans out there. This is a great drawing. Well done. Holy smokes. What could be offered here? Well, I mean, I love how dark this drawing is, and just in terms of the darker values, how you really, like, I mean, that would have taken a long time with a pen to go in here. I wonder if you even maybe used a marker or something to help you darken that in, because that could take a long time darkening in some of those areas. That's a question. Is it the Glasgow Celtics or Glasgow Celtics? That's something I've been thinking about, because here in North America we have like the Boston Celtics basketball team, but then people talk about like the Celtic people, or so I don't know. I don't know if it's just the Celtics is a butchering of the original word, as pretty much most North American English words are, of the original English and Irish and Scottish and Welsh words. Yeah, that's exceptional. I mean, I would say the one little thing I would suggest is if we look at the way that you've drawn the wood, which I think is exceptional. I really like the way, like, this drawing technique really does convey the wood very effectively. Like, I feel that wood grain. And I love the way that you've drawn Jesus here on the cross. I would say, though, is considering, like, what I love about what you've done here is how it appears. Come on, let's zoom in. It appears like you've shaded this arm by kind of going around in these kind of contours, right? You're kind of, it's almost like you're sculpting with your pen, going around that shape. And so that gives that arm a lot of volume. Versus, other areas of the face, I guess you've done that here with the nose and the cheeks to an extent, and around the eyes, is really thinking about how to, contour, like, in this part of the arm, I would have tried to go a little bit more, like, try to sculpt around the edge of his shoulder there, instead of just having those straight lines, because that kind of flattens that form out a little bit. So whenever possible, I believe trying to just sort of, as you shade around the form. Senga says I used charcoal for some of those darker areas. Okay, that makes sense. I was wondering how you got so dark. Barbara says Celtic is pronounced with an S, so it is Celtic. So does anybody ever say Celtic at all? Because I hear, like, Celtic uniforms or Celtic skirts. Celtic. I don't know. Anyway, here in North America, has a terrible history of just taking words from all over the world and just butchering them terribly. Okay, so again, we've got like 150 or so of your works here, saying that some of them are duplicates or taken from different angles, so you'll forgive me if I don't linger too long on all of them. I really like this series of this kind of optical illusion. These faces in the landscape that you've done are beautiful. That's great. Okay, so this must be Jota. Maybe? Those are, I like these. Wow, and this is, I have no, this must be like hot glue or something, right? Is that what I'm seeing here? That's beautiful. I like this. I like how you've done some of that shading, like basically just like I was talking about earlier, about kind of rounding the form. And then it looks like you took that same drawing and then just kind of gently smudged and blended that shading, giving it a much softer look. And the benefit of that too is it helps contrast it against these pillars, especially the pillar that's running, bisecting the horse right down the center. So by shading it, using a slightly different shading process, it really creates a separation between the horse and the pillars, which is a little bit more ambiguous, like here, right? And it can give, slight confusion to the viewers, like, what part of the horse is this weird thing? And you're like, well, it's not the part of the horse, it's the pillar. Look, there's the pillar going right down. People are like, oh, I get it now. But you're not always right next to the viewer, helping them understand the drawing. So you want that drawing to be kind of self-evident, so people aren't kind of, confused. So I think that was I love the instinct that you've used here. This was great. That lyre, the text, and then it turns into a face. I feel like I've seen this optical illusion before. It's really wonderful that you did that, though. I like this garden sketch that you created. So it's based on this garden. Very cool. just goes to show that each one of us has ample subject matter in and around us all the time to create lots of beautiful artwork from. That we don't even need to leave the house to find great things to draw. Although this might not be out your front door. This might be, you know, down the street. I don't know. Wow. That's neat. I like this, trying to draw SpongeBob SquarePants in 4 different styles here. That's wild. That's great. This landscape. Wow. Taylor Swift. That's cool. Wow, that's great. Oh, I like this metallic kind of paint. Maybe gel paint of some kind for the hair. That's very effective. Whoa. Beautiful. That's weird. This must be some sort of swirl effect in the sky. And then these... That's cool. I love that a lot. That's really neat. I think that's pretty cool. I love that you're trying to draw this person here. Very effective. I think you've managed to do a pretty good job of capturing a likeness. So I'm just bouncing back and forth, trying to see. I'm looking at different things. So let's say, for instance, I'm looking at the eyes, and then I look at the original. Look at the nose, and I look at the original. I think there are slight differences. Like, so for instance, you'll notice, like, on her nose, that it's a little bit darker up here. And that's quite common in a lot of us, because that's also areas that get a lot of sun, so it tends to kind of be have a little bit more of a tan. Just even if you're in a cloudy environment, it tends to kind of get a little bit darker up there. Same thing with like the cheeks a little bit, right? Versus kind of the eyes. You know, we got our eyebrows, and especially if you're wearing sunglasses, that's going to block out some of that sun. So you'll see that there, and we don't. I mean, I see that you've darkened this, but I think that could be one of the darker areas of her face. If we bring... I really like the hair. I think we'll notice there's a difference in the shape of the mouth as well. Look how this sort of goes up, I think, pretty much straight across, and then almost not quite straight down. It kind of does, and then straight across again. Whereas here, this is more of like a teardrop shape there. I mean, it's super subtle, but it's just those little differences can really make a big difference when trying to capture a likeness, trying to capture that person's unique look. I do feel like, though, that overall this image captures that that lifelike quality very effectively. I do like that there's a lot of kind of yellows and oranges in the skin color as well. Although I think in the original those colors are there, but we've got a little bit more peachy, orangey, pinkish colors as well as some of that yellow. Like, we see more of that yellow in these lighter areas in and around the eyes, maybe on the nose, top lip, chin areas, and then where, you know, we're going to see a little bit more pink and browns in some of those darker areas, and then even leaving a little bit more of those highlight areas untouched. Like, so for instance, that area on the chin, cheek, above the eye, right between the eyes and the eyebrows, and obviously the teeth, Like that's almost pure white. Just so if we were drawing that, we would basically just leave those areas completely exposed. Senga says, the SpongeBob and Taylor was drawn by my niece. Wow, that is awesome. Let's go back to... Wow. That's great. Wow, your niece did that? How old is your niece? Like 25? Wow. That is really cool. I can even see the Taylor resemblance to Taylor Swift there. Some of those eyes is, you know, very cool. Okay, let's move forward. This pear is exceptional. Great job. I love those super bright highlights there. This egg is also awesome. Great use of like high contrast. These highlights on the fried egg here, and the contrast well with the dark. The egg yolk is exceptional. The eggshell, I think. Let's see if there's a difference. Hard to tell what the difference is here. One thing, the eggshell is it's a little bit more ambiguous as a form. It feels, and you know, and this is tricky because it's a cracked egg. So a cracked egg is going to lose, you know, the spherical qualities of the egg, because as it breaks, it's going to now kind of be a much more dynamic form, harder to describe. So it's a little, like, I understand that it's an egg, but I think, and this is a case where you may have to take a little bit of liberties and maybe draw it a little bit differently than it actually is in order to make it to make more sense to the viewer. So there's just to get rid of a little bit of more ambiguity. Because let's say the inside of this shell is darker, well, is actually lighter than many of the other places on the outside of the shell. And while that is possible because of the lighting conditions, and it does look like the light is coming from the left, so the light is going directly into the empty inside of the shell, it does make it a little bit confusing. I would say that if I was doing this drawing, I probably would have taken that eggshell and turned it around so that the inside of the eggshell was pointing away from the light source. So that when you draw the inside of the eggshell, it's just going to be like the darkest black possible, which for the viewer is going to make it a lot more easier to be like, oh, that's an inside space, and then the outside is mostly intact and a little bit lighter. So I think this would be a good lesson for you and for other people, that given this kind of situation, the more, and this really only, you can only really get this with more experience, with practice, is that you would kind of, if you're doing a drawing, you would think to yourself, I know this looks good right now, like just maybe you have that fried egg and the eggshell, but you'd be like, I think it would be easier and probably more convincing if I just turn that eggshell in the opposite direction. Singa says it was a bit was missing of the egg. Yeah, I figure kind of like the whole left side here of the egg is obviously the eggshell is cracked. I think another thing you could do is draw a few of those broken eggshell pieces all over here. I would also say that probably if you want to preserve this drawing as it is really darken the other side of the eggshell. Keep a little bit of this reflected light. I think it should get much darker to try to give more of that the spherical ovoid kind of form. I think this is exceptional. This cat drawing is gorgeous. I love this. And that looks like you're doing a little bit of smearing and blending. Really cool. I think that is a very effective drawing. In fact, I think the drawing is more adorable than the cat itself. Just kidding. Just kidding. Please, please. I mean, I love I'm just saying the drawing is adorable. The cat is adorable too, but the drawing is, I really like this drawing a lot. In fact, I would say that there's potential for doing a painted version of this cat. Maybe doing more cat paintings, more cat drawings. There is quite a large market for pet portraits out there. A lot of people spend a lot of money on their animals, and okay, so this tiger, I think it looks great. The one thing is its chin looks, I think what I would do is have this chin be kind of white hair, which often we see with tigers. I would, just extend this down as if this is white hair, kind of make it a little bit gray, maybe kind of that level of gray. It makes that tiger's whole jaw seem very narrow, and the more narrow it gets, the more dog-like it gets. Cats have a little bit more of that flat face, so the longer that snout becomes, the more canine. So bring that out there. I would also try to make that eye maybe both darker and lighter. I would even consider putting a little bit of white paint, like a little white dot, as a reflection on the eye, to make it very clear that that's the eye. Because I'm almost seeing a bit of an optical illusion where it appears like there's another face here, like that being a nose, that being an eye, that being another eye, and this is a big smile. Do you see that? I mean, I hate it when people see faces in paintings, but I do see, like, there could be this minor confusion that there is this animal that's turned and is looking towards us, and this is like a tumor growing out of its side of its head. I don't mean, yeah, I just want to give you that honest little feedback so that you can kind of add a couple little details and make that an even better drawing. This is great. Lots of attention to detail. Shading it like that is fantastic. Wow, excellent. Ooh, I love this. This is a sip-worthy tea moment. Now this, oops, that's a wild drawing. Let me see here. So, I'm sure you wrote like a post about the thought behind this. I just didn't have enough time to copy and paste all those details, but I think this is very strange. Like, I could see this being like the cover to a record album, or the cover of a book or a novel or something. There's something very neat about this image. Right? It's like hugging the invisible man, or the man that wasn't there. I could see this like as a great romance novel, or it could be an illustration in a magazine for a story about a woman who is scammed out of money by some, was catfished by some person who never really exists. These romance scams you hear about all the time on, like, Dr. Phil does episodes like once a week on people being catfished. And I think this would make a great illustration for that type of thing, right? Or it could be someone who recently had a partner pass away, and they feel like that person, the memory of that person is drifting away. Like, maybe this is a couple in their 80s, but when she looks back at her youth, about when they first met, she starts feeling like, oh, even the memories I have of our first date are fading away, right? There's also famous moments in the movie Back to the Future where he has that photograph of his family, and the family members are starting to fade out of the picture because he's changed the timeline. Awesome. Okay, so here's maybe the other version of the tiger that you fixed there, the jaw. I love that. Ooh, it's cool. These feathers, that's cool. It looks almost like a little bit of erasing into the charcoal. Ooh, I'm not sure. Is this a photograph of like color on a window, or like light coming through the window and something like stickers on a window or something that you drew? Very cool. Oh, I love everything about both of these images. Is this a Gabrielle Munter image? Is that what you're saying? I'm not aware of that. Huh. That's cool. So this is an exercise that is very typical in art school, which is to draw very simple still lifes using things like fabric and plastic, glass, and to try to work on those fundamental skills of being able to draw transparencies and folds and fabrics. Wow. This is really cool. That would be kind of like a portfolio piece. That's really cool. Oh, this is adorable. What, a little chipmunk or squirrel. I never know the difference between chipmunks and squirrel. You did this drawing in 2023. This is some of the things we learned to do in art lessons with Michael. Aww. I love that. Hair, apple, piano, text, and there's me. Oh, that's so funny. Did I show how to draw piano? I don't remember doing that, but maybe that was a little bit of self-exploration. Very cool. I'm so honored by this drawing. I love it. Oh, and then we looked at that one earlier. Wow. Okay, so I think that we've covered all of Senga's work here. So, well done, Senga. Excellent. So proud of all of that work you sent in. There is some paintings of yours still to come, but we'll look at all of those when we get to the painting section of today's episode. Let's move on here to other artworks that people drew. So Roberto, I've been without sketching for almost a year, and the last drawing I made was one of martial artists. So here's my comeback. Awesome. I love this big wild hair on this person, and then these tiny little feet sticking out the bottom. That's great. I mean, so I would say there is a little bit of there's a difference in proportion. I mean, I would say probably these feet are disproportionately small compared to the rest of his body. Like if we see how wide these wrists are, right? Those wrists, your wrist is probably a little bit thinner than your feet, even at the most narrow point. So but that doesn't mean it's a bad drawing. If anything, there's something very kind of sweet and kind of maybe even a little bit humorous about this image. Because, you know, if we just look at the top half, we're like, wow, this is like a powerful, strong, big person. And then, you know, probably because the feet, you know, our eyes probably go right to the head and the hair, maybe to the belt and then to the hair, or back and forth. But maybe if we go to the hair, we're like, wow, we start and we scan down, and then, at least for me, the feet are maybe one of the last things I see in the drawing. So it's almost like a little bit of, there's a humor to that, which may or may not be intentional, but that doesn't mean, even if it's unintentional, that it's bad. I think it's great. I could see a little bit more shading in here, kind of, you know, between his arms, maybe down here, but, you know, maybe shadows underneath where the top half of his uniform is casting shadows on his pant legs. But maybe that would bring too much immediate attention to the feet. So maybe it's fine just like it is. Whoa, Pratham. Whoa, my goodness, that is amazing. Now, I think we've got a bunch of your work. We've got about 10 pictures that you've sent in. That is really cool. I don't know if this is from your imagination or... I did this as a commission for a friend. I got paid with a shawarma. I love that. Hey, man, a good shawarma can be worth a lot of good drawings, right? We've all been there. A good shawarma is some people pay a lot of money for a good one, especially late at night if they've been out drinking or something. Wow, those hands are exceptional. Now again, this might be inspired. Maybe you're looking at other images online. Either way, you know, to draw hands like that, those thumbs, that's amazing. The kind of the boniness of those fingers, that's pretty hard to do. That's very exciting that you were able to draw that. And the perspective in here, what we would call foreshortening, with those hands being so big and then the head and the legs being so much smaller, creates a very dynamic drawing where it really feels like this person is kind of just dangling off of this cliff. I would say things that could also help this would be to even darken those hands even more, and maybe being, you know, leaving the bottom of the drawing, like the legs, like not changing those or darkening them at all, making the darkest part of the drawing those fingers, because that's going to make our eyes go right to those areas first, but it's also going to make it appear that they're closer to us. So if the darkest area is the closest to us, and then, you know, maybe even just very, very lightly shading in the water, you know, potentially having a few like little boats here and people looking up at the boat. You know, you see their whole faces as they're, you know, paddling, like, whoa, like, oh my goodness, that poor guy. I don't think there's anything we can do to save him. Right? That's exceptional. That's a great drawing. Oh, that's wonderful. I did this for my friend and I got paid in shawarma again. Hey, it sounds like somebody's got a good deal. They make good shawarma, you make good drawings, and it's this great reciprocal kind of friendship and business. Excellent. I love that. I love this. The person playing guitar next to it seems like kind of a younger person, maybe a daughter, niece or something of the person performing. That's really beautiful. And then you've got this tree with the leaves blowing off. That's wonderful. One little thing is, you know, these leaves also appear to be almost like lip-like. Like, I could imagine another few leaves here, kind of like what Senga did previously in making those look like faces, which may or may not be what you want. Like, you might be like, whoa, oh, now I see those lips, I'm gonna have to change that because I don't want them to look like lips. It does so sort of make some sense that, you know, it's a person playing guitar, that maybe the leaves are both leaves and that they're also singing, right? That nature is getting involved. Like, one of the most famous paintings of all time, the Scream, right? That painting of the Scream was originally titled The Scream of Nature. So while often people think of it as this person who's screaming, the person is actually kind of closing their ears from the scream of nature going on all around it. And that it's the universe which is screaming. And I talked about that in that whole episode, so I won't go too much further down that. But, it gives a sense of maybe that the landscape, like I could see this, like let's say for instance, if you really pushed this drawing in one direction, this could be, like say on a t-shirt for save the environment, right? Or to rally people to, maybe it's like a record album for protest songs to stop pollution kind of thing. And that the trees are, this tree is kind of a little bit of a wild, slightly menacing tree. These very sharp branches, right? I feel like, there could be a lot of very interesting ways to take this drawing. We could soften that tree up, make it look a little bit less kind of sharp, but yeah, there's multiple ways we could interpret this. Demon Z says, just here to pop in and say hi. I finished your how to draw basic shapes video, and I'm gonna continue to episode 3. Keep up the amazing work, man. Awesome, thank you so much. Yeah, you got a big road ahead. If you're on episode 3, you can go all the way to 40 or 45. How many I did there? Yeah, let me know how it's going. Upload some of your artwork. I'd love to see what you've been creating even at the beginning of your journey, and be able to compare that to where you get to maybe on episode 10, episode 20, 30, and so on. Okay, wow, that's awesome, Pratham. Wow, what these mountain climbers? That is cool. These are great. Yeah, they're almost at the top. I love this. That's a great drawing. Okay. And this football player, cricket player, I'm sorry, I'm not too familiar. Virat Kohli, in Ghibli style, but actually picked up a pencil. So, for those who might not know, Studio Ghibli is a animation studio created by Miyazaki, the great Japanese illustrator and animator who did, what are some of Miyazaki's films? Is Princess Mononoke, is that I mean, I've seen them all. I can't remember any of them. The Castle in the Clouds or Castle in the Sky. I've seen them all with my daughter a dozen times. For whatever reason, right now I'm blanking on it. So that's the kind of this anime style that you're going for. I think that's great. It is very funny. I think this athlete would probably really like that. I could imagine if you sent that to him, posted online, he might even make that his, Facebook or Instagram message, or he would retweet it or whatever it might be. Ooh, I like that tree. I like how the tree just seems to be so precariously perched over these rocks. I like how underneath the tree it's much darker. Not much else I can say here. I guess my instinct is to increase the drama a little bit. Like, maybe have a bunch of birds sitting on the tree or something, and the weight of those birds is like making that tree, and then you have like maybe a little monk sitting down here, little Buddha, somebody, and maybe they're looking up the tree and they hear like there's a crack, or maybe the birds are flying away because they know something is about to happen. I don't know. Oh, thank you so much, Senga, for the donation. I love that. Brian says, the Studio Ghibli movies are breathtaking. Absolutely. Yeah, the Miyazaki as a creative force is incredible. If you've never seen any of Miyazaki's anime movies, there's a whole library. And I think some people think animated movies are for kids, and I'd say maybe half of Miyazaki's films are made for children, but he has made many more adult. So this is the most recent one, The Boy and the Heron. Ponyo, that's a great one. That one's pretty weird. Is that one for kids? Oh, it's a G. I feel like there's some pretty... Howl's Moving Castle, that's great. Spirited Away. Princess Mononoke. Spirited Away, that's G. That one is a little bit weird. That one's kind of a little bit... I remember watching with my daughter being like, whoa, this one's pretty... Kiki's Delivery Service, that one's definitely for kids. That one's really fun. I don't know, I just find it... What I love about watching any movie, non-Western, non-European, non-American, Canadian movie, is the sensibility is just a little bit different, that sometimes it feels like you're watching a movie from a parallel universe, where like the values are just slightly, like we might say, like uncanny. Like they are similar but just different enough that you're like, oh, that's very strange. Like it reminds, like one of the things that has always blown my mind is reading about the storytelling tradition of the Haida people, the First Nations people who lived here where I am right now, who'd been living here for like 40,000 years ago, which again, 40,000 years, the pyramids in Egypt are 4,000 years old. So there's been people living where I am here in Vancouver, Canada for 40,000 years. So I always talk about that when doing like a territorial acknowledgement. But the tradition of like the Coast Salish people who lived in this area, their storytelling often had no, or at least a very different kind of moral quality. Like a lot of like children's like fairy tales have this kind of have morals. It's like it's a story for kids, but kind of under the surface, you're trying to encourage them to be kind to strangers, or to share your bounty with your fellow friends, or to treat people well, all sorts of whatever kind of moral message you might have. Whereas in like Coast Salish storytelling often has maybe no, it's not, morals aren't important. They're not these sort of they're not trying to instruct people to behave in one way or another. And so often you have these stories where the villain just seems to always get away with things, right? That there's somebody who does awful things, or the nature, just tends to swallow people up into the forest, because they're often way more comfortable on the water than in the forest, and that's just how the story ends. And you're like, oh, that's kind of dark. That's like, what's the message here? Like, oh, right? Like, or there's, like in Western culture, you might have a story about how there's one person who's really industrious and another person is really lazy, like the hare and the turtle, or right, somebody saves up for winter, and then the person who frittered away summer knocks on the door in winter, like, I'm out of food, I need a place to sleep. Like, well, you should have, the moral is next time learn to be better. Versus in like a Haida story, you might have someone who is lazy all summer long, and then winter comes and they just go and they steal everything from the person who worked all summer long, and then that's the end of the story. It's like, oh, so what's the message? Anyway, I just find that that just blows my mind. That's why I love living in a world where where cultures are so diverse, is you just see that that stories don't have to always go in this one predictable fashion, that they can be told in ways that are very surprising. So I feel like that's why I'm so lucky to be living in the time we are now, where we have so many more diverse voices and cultures. Anyway, back to our regularly programmed episode. Pratham, this is awesome. Wow. So these are both done digitally. A portrait of my dad I drew for his birthday. Would appreciate some advice on how to improve it. I don't know. That's great. I don't know how you would improve that. I think you should, hopefully you already have printed this out and put it in a little frame and given it to him. I can imagine your dad having this, you know, at his desk at work, or on his phone as a screensaver, or in his wallet, or on the wall of his house or office. And then his friends coming in and be like, wow, that is really cool. That's great. Aw, Senga, thank you so much for the donation. That's so sweet. I think that's your third donation in today's episode. You're on fire today. Wow, that's great. Thank you, Senga. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Pratham, yeah, I don't know. I think this is exceptional. I love, like, for drawing done on a tablet, this is amazing. Like, everything from, like, the way you've done the... Come on, zoom in. Oh, it won't let me zoom in anymore. That's... Oh, okay. Even to noticing this little distortion that happens with glasses, that'll make the eyes appear a little bit smaller than they might actually be. And then this little sliver of the background, which technically shouldn't be there, but because of the optics of the lens here, shows us this. It's almost like a little bit of the sky or the background is intruding into the side of the face. Like that is a sign that tells me that you're observing very closely, that you're looking at the photograph and drawing what you see rather than what you imagine, which nothing wrong with that, but in terms of fidelity to reality, that's exceptional. That hair is great. I think that's great. I think you should be very pleased. Senga said, my niece said, thank you, Michael, for the feedback. She asked if you can look at her whale when you get time. I think the whale might be when we come to the paintings. I think it's a painting that your niece sent in. So we'll talk about that here probably in about another half hour or so. A city nightscape I drew digitally using only white and black shades. Great. Yeah, this is fantastic. Are these like pipes or something? I like this in the stars. The one thing I would say is that, you know, if these buildings are kind of blurry because they're in the background, which makes sense, then probably the stars that are almost infinitely further away would be very blurry, if visible at all. So, because there's no way that you'd have something in sharp focus. Ooh, how did that happen? There's no way that you would have something in sharp focus like this area in the foreground, that light. The background being progressively more out of focus, like the Melbourne City Hall, it's slightly blurry, and then the bar being even more blurry, and then these buildings being even more blurry, that the sky would come back into focus, that you'd have something in focus in the foreground and background, and a blurry middle ground. It's not to say that you can't be very imaginative in your own artwork, but that makes me think of then instead that this, instead of being stars, that it's rain. And so then I would expect to see maybe rain not just in the background, but in front of everything else. So, yeah, but you know, having said all of that, there is a part of me that is like, that there's something maybe kind of avant-garde going on here, that you could, what if there was a camera that could have a focus on the foreground and background and a blurry middle ground? I mean, currently that is technically impossible, but that's something that only, you know, that artwork drawing can do. So that, yeah. Okay. Demon Z says, anyway, guys, I'm going to go back to practicing with episode 3. See ya. Okay. Senga says, it was my niece that gave you the third donation. Carly Campbell. She's 10 years old. Ah. Well, thank you, Carly. Well, if you keep drawing and you keep working as hard, you're going to be as good as Senga, as your aunt. So keep going. I'd love to see more and more of your art. Well done. Okay, let's move on. So we got a lot of artwork here by Moonrose. Whoa, wow. Oh my goodness. I'm just going to fly through them and then we'll go back and look at them a little bit closer. Okay, so let's look at all of these drawings you sent in. Let's go back. I think the oldest ones are the first ones we saw. So let's go all the way back. Okay, wow. Okay, so is this like a doodle sketch that you turned into this? I'm not sure if that's the relationship between those. That is, if so, that is wild. That's, or maybe this is the original and that's your doodle version of it? I can't tell. Whoa. That's awesome. I love your gridding up this Frida Kahlo artwork. That's a lot of time and patience. That's very cool. Okay, so that's the grid. I like it. Okay, cool. I'm doing the same thing with this. What is this, like a Pokemon or Zelda or something? I like you're using that grid method. That's beautiful. Huh. I forgot to, I don't even remember those episodes. Like 5 years ago I did all this, so I don't know, is that a drawing I did on camera? Okay, and then that inspired you to set up your own still life and draw that? That's so cool. I have a fan on here and it's making my toes really cold, so I'm just going to turn that off. Okay, cool. Oh, and I even like how you've set up very intentionally this light to get very strong shadows. You know, I think when you're drawing, especially when you're learning to draw, having stronger shadows is a really good idea. Like even if you're drawing people, looking for photographs of portraits of people with strong shadows is a great way to learn to help create value. It's actually, I think, more difficult to draw faces that don't have shadows, because then the differences are so subtle that it can really cause a lot of problems. So I think looking for whether it's a photograph of a friend or a celebrity with strong shadows or still lifes with strong shadows, it makes your life just a lot easier. Barbara says, it's difficult for youngsters to watch YouTube content as it's not suitable, so they miss out on Michael's lessons. I have an 8-year-old son who draws but has never seen your channel. Well, you know, I do try my best to make these episodes accessible to people of all ages, so I try to moderate my language and the content so that it is suitable for as wide of an audience as possible. But I can understand why you'd want to be as protective as possible. I have done a bunch of episodes with my daughter and I painted that I haven't done anything with, that I'm considering doing like a master study for kids kind of channel, but that probably won't happen anytime in the very near future, just because I'm so busy. But that is kind of Brian says, the first one I had an art block, and once I scribbled and looked at it and made the comparison to one of my favorite Pokemon. Okay, so is this you? Is this you, Brian? Is this... Cool, okay. So okay, so if we go back here. So the first one I had an art block, I went to scribble, it looked... Oh, so are you telling me that you scribbled this in and then you found the picture afterwards and it just managed to randomly match up that close? Oh, Barbara says, Mike, yes, your channel is perfect for kids, but his mom has just a blanket ban on YouTube. I get it. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, there is a YouTube for kids, but you have to, when you're making your channel, you have to either say it's for kids or not for kids. Yes, it can only be one or the other, and you can't make some videos, so I've just made mine adult just in case. So if there was something that was inappropriate for kids just by accident, you get basically your channel canceled. So I just want to be careful. Unless I'm purposefully making them for kids. Okay. Oh, I love that you're doing all these drawing lessons. That looks great, Brian. Wow. Excellent. I love that. Whoa, is this like a character you designed? Wow. Cool. I love you've got the front and back of the armor concepts for this character. That's wonderful. I love when people create their own characters and come up with, you know, their clothing and costumes and weapons and gear and everything like that. That's great. I love your version of the Thinker by Rodin here. I even like how dynamic this figure is with lots of curving lines, no straight lines. This is definitely something Rodin would appreciate, because in his own sculptures everything is very organic, very, you know, he would far more be likely to have a blop of clay here and there than any straight lines. So much so that the thinker itself, if I recall, there's like this weird big glop on the head for the hair that almost just feels like a bit of an afterthought, like he was sculpting it and then had one big thing of clay left, and it, like, you know, like when you're putting IKEA furniture together and like, how come I got 3 screws left over? What did I do wrong? And maybe they are just 3 screws in case you lose one, but sometimes you're like, oh, I don't know. And so I'm just gonna jam them into a hole on there. So, you know, Rodin, I feel like it only had this glop of clay, and like, what am I gonna do with it? I'm just gonna slop it right on the head. Oh, excellent! I like that you're doing these gestural drawings, looking at the line of action here. Ooh, what are we looking at here? Eyes watch you, death awaits. Whoa! What is that from? Is that a book or video game or graphic novel? But dude, that is freaky. Eyes watch you, death awaits. Can you imagine if you walked into a hallway or a tunnel and those words were painted on the walls? And then you got this freaky apparition, those eyes down the end of the hallway. Ooh. That's another random drawing. I love, if this is just a random drawing, Brian, I want to see more random drawings. That is super cool. Ooh, I like that. Beautiful. Oh my goodness, is there another version? I love this cat drawing. You know, that's very tricky to do because it looks like the cat moved after you started your drawing, which is tricky. That's why one thing, if you are going to draw animals, you may want to take a quick little picture before you start, so you don't get, you know, 20 seconds in and like, and moved again. Because unless you got an animal, it's a very deep sleeper that can cause a lot of frustration. Ooh, I like this. These characters. I like you've even drawn the pelvis in here. I don't know if we did that in the class, so I like that you're pushing yourself. Wow, look at these. Excellent. Wow. This looks like a great crest. You got this eagle eating a snake on a cactus. Not sure what this is, and this is some sort of like a wreath, garland of some kind. Maybe that's where the banner is supposed to go. Great. That looks like that would be a great family crest on the shield of a character you create. Wow, look at all these notes. Look how studious you are. That's great. I don't think I went into this level of detail, so it looks like something you've done your own research on. Same sort of thing up here, doing this, learning about drawing figures in perspective. That's pretty advanced. So if you've taken, kind of began where we left, or you did what we did and then carried on, that shows a lot of drive, initiative to kind of continue. My goodness, my nose is all phlegmed up. That shows a lot of drive and initiative, desire to move forward and continue developing your skills, as opposed to just going outside and kicking the soccer ball around aimlessly or scrolling on Facebook. To like be pushing yourself to do things, and especially when maybe some of the drawings don't turn out the way you want, which can be kind of discouraging, just to keep plowing ahead. Man, I got a lot of respect for you. Wow. So as we're going through these, we started kind of at your earliest drawings, I think, and now we're moving to as you're advancing. And so just compare this drawing here to some of your earlier ones is like pretty good. Pretty good. Shows how far you've come. You've got this landscape. I think there's there's some other versions of it later on, maybe. I love how you broke the figure into those shapes. I teach this kind of thing in my in-person classes at the university I teach at. I don't think I did this on our channel. So again, this is definitely way more advanced stuff. So I love that you're doing that. Pratham says, hey, Pratham here. I hope you're doing well. I just joined and wanted to know, have you already reviewed my work, or have we not reached there yet? Yes, we just did. I think maybe 10 minutes ago. I think if you go back maybe 20 minutes, you'll see a lot of your work up on the screen that we just looked at. So, and then come back and join us. Tell us what you thought. If anything, found any of that useful. Excellent, great. I love that you're using the block-in method here. Beautiful, beautiful. Wow, Brian. Whoa, look at these. Look how dynamic your figures are getting. Excellent. Wow. I love that you've got both of these versions here. You've got the one using cubes and cylinders, and then you've got this much more organic version. Man. Wow. That's great. Oh, yes. Edvard Munch's self-portrait. Wow. Oh, great. Those eyes. Wow. Whoa. Look at these figures in perspective. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm going so fast. There's so many images you've sent in. These are so great. Look at all of this. So much hard work here. Way to go, Brian. Oh, and I should have included with the paintings. Using painting to relieve stress. It's very fun, especially having my little sister pick the colors. That's cool that you involved your family in the or creative process with you. However, I just got a bit sidetracked with learning to set up male and female bodies, accompanied by my cat Luna. Aww. My daughter has a dog named Luna. I like that name a lot. Wow. So much great stuff here, Brian. I don't know what else I can offer as advice, except to say that, you know, it looks like you've taken many of the lessons that we've done here on YouTube. You've drawn many of them, or maybe all of them, I don't know, and then started your own research and looked at other figure drawing books and maybe resources online and continued drawing that kind of stuff. That's excellent. You know, I would just, the way to get better is just by continuing to do what you've already done. And so that's maybe looking at more books on drawing figures and seeing different techniques and approaches. But really maybe ultimately it's just trying to do more drawings. And so that can be trying to draw, like finding pictures of people online, looking at, you know, soccer players, tennis players, gymnasts and stuff, and just trying to draw them. You can draw them, and if, I don't know, if they're wearing, you know, let's say it's a knight in shining armor, taking all their armor off, just trying to draw the body that would be inside the armor. But just doing that over and over and over, and the more and more you do in different poses, the better you're going to get. Like I see you trying to draw figures in perspective, thinking about taking a picture of a person who's, you know, a tennis player, and then rather than just drawing that tennis player as you see them, just to try to, you know, change the perspective so that you're not trying to draw that tennis player, not as if you're seeing them from the side, but as if you're like a bird flying, not maybe from straight above, but or from an angle. And if you can do that kind of stuff, then you'll be able to draw any person from any angle, and you'd be able to start doing it from your imagination rather than using reference material. Brian says, I've decided to pause on Andrew Loomis and focus on the face for now. I've wanted to focus on one area first and then get ahead of more intermediate level. That's great. I like that, again, that you're being very systematic about your approach to drawing. That will serve you really well. Like if you kind of like, okay, I'm going to set this aside and I'm going to come back to that later, and I'm going to focus on this. I'm going to develop this skill, and I'm not going to worry about what's going on here or there. I'm just going to focus on this skill, and then once I feel like I've got more confidence here, then I'm going to move in this, and I'm going to go down here for a little while, and then go down this way. And then the more, then you're just stronger. You've got these like big, muscly octopus arms and tentacles reaching in every direction. So cool. Pratham says, I wish I came earlier. I would have loved to get the feedback live. Well, I guess there's next time. There is, yeah. But you know, it's recorded and all that video's there. You can watch it. And again, feel free to send in to make any comments as we go, and I'm happy to jump back. Okay, let's move on to another artist here, Mafaldita. Mafaldita. Wow, I've never said that name. Mafaldita. That's a cool name. Mafaldita. Michael inspired me to draw and paint. Thousands of blessings to you and your family. Oh, thank you. Oh, you inspired me to draw and paint. That's the nicest thing you could say to another creative person. I really appreciate that. So you drew the hibiscus flower. It represents the transience of life. You know, that it blooms for a very short time, right? And, you know, again, think about, all of us are like that. I mean, life seems at times like it's going very slowly, and sometimes going too slow. But then I think as you start to get older, you're like, oh my goodness, if there was a way to slow this down, I'd really like to do that, because I want to enjoy every moment. And so that's just a good reminder of how important it is to enjoy the brief moment, the relatively brief moment that we all have here on Earth. That's exceptional. I mean, there's nothing much I can say based upon this excellent drawing you've sent in. I'd love to see a lot more of them. Continue to do more drawings and share them with us, and then I'd love to give you more feedback going forward. I'm trying to think if there's anything I can offer here that might be helpful. I mean, I guess I could say that generally you probably want to have the darkest, widest, thickest lines in the foreground. And then as things recede backwards, the lines might get thinner, lighter, so that, you know, because right now your thickest lines are in the background here, or the petals that are, I know this seems small because like this is just a flower, but some of the petals are closer than others, right? So, and I get that maybe that's just by accident. Maybe you weren't happy with the line, so you went over it a few times to correct it. I would say, though, that if you do that, you may want to go back over the lines in the foreground and make them double the width, or maybe not double, just 20% wider than these lines in the petals that are a little bit further away. That's going to help create a little bit more space, and also to help maybe alleviate the potential confusion that can happen, because, you know, it's unlikely in this particular image, but I could see someone pausing for a moment being like, is this petal, which pet is this on the back of the flower or the front of the flower? I'm a little bit confused. Like, I think these two flowers on the bottom, or petals, are the closest ones to us, the viewer, whereas these three are behind them. But just because of the way they're drawn, there is the potential for confusion as to what's in front or behind. Again, just I'm reaching for anything I can do to try to help and encourage you get a little bit better because they're always doing so great. Brian said, my goal for drawings is to have an art style of anime cartoon retro style from the 90s, and seeing these drawings and animations of how they look amazes me. Thank you for your words. Wow. Well, that's a great point. There's something, it didn't occur to me until you just mentioned this now, but one of the things about Miyazaki's work is there is a slightly retro quality to his anime. Like, it almost seems like it was made in another era. Like, even though he uses some computer technology now to help facilitate those animations, there is kind of like, maybe he's tapping into a bit of nostalgia for kind of that early 80s Japanese animation. Things like, what is it? Astro Boy. I remember I used to watch Astro Boy as a kid. And to maybe a lesser extent, Akira. I know that was done in maybe early 90s. But maybe even before that, like maybe harkening back to like Disney and things. Yeah, I'd have to think about it some more, but I think that is really perceptive, Brian. I really like that. Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, certainly if you're looking at Miyazaki, that's, you can't go wrong there. Okay, Chris says, this is my first real attempt at any kind of visual art for probably 30 years. Caravaggio and his dog. Crow, preliminary sketch. Wow. That's awesome. I love that. 30 years since you did your last drawing or painting or, as you said, visual art of any kind. This is where you've decided to start out, and you're sharing that work with us, which again takes a lot of courage. I mean, we're looking at lots of artwork by people in our community, but I know for a fact that the vast majority of people who watch these episodes do not share their work with the Facebook group and don't want to participate in these episodes because they're afraid of, their work isn't good enough. They might feel embarrassed about the quality of their work. So, which I think is, I can understand that, but I also think that is just I think it's really kind of just a negative story we might tell ourselves. It does take a tremendous amount of courage to share your work, and so I want to acknowledge that for everyone who shared their work. But even Chris, for not having drawn in so long and then making the decision to share your work with us, I think is a big step. So this is really cool. It's also very fun, very weird, very strange. Like this. Sorry, I don't know if I'm losing my voice here or something. Like this dog named Crow, which is kind of a strange thing because yes, it looks like a dog's face here, but then we've got crow feet and it could be a crow tail or a dog tail. And then it seems like maybe, is this a mask? This crow's wearing a mask. So maybe that's the crow's eye hole, but that's the dog mask's eye. And then similarly, we've got, maybe is this Caravaggio here with oil, butter. Maybe that's his beer mug. And what's going on? Are those his glasses, or has he also got a mask on and somebody else is inside Caravaggio? Just like the crow is inside the dog. And then here's Caravaggio's card players. This is a very famous painting by Caravaggio, where you see, sorry, where you see here's these two guys playing cards, and this guy is clearly cheating. He's looking at this guy's cards and then communicating to him on the right what the cards are, and this guy's reaching around in his back pocket to pull out another card and insert it into the deck. So there's a lot of wonderful, weird things going on here that I like a lot. I love artworks that are kind of weird, and you look at it and think, like, what on earth is going on here? Oh, that's fantastic. Senga says, Michael, can we paint Salvador Dali's Christ Saint John? I do have 2 Dali paintings coming up. Oh, this one. I mean, it's let's see if we have a better picture of it. This is a great image. This is a pretty tricky one. Well, might have to be for next Easter. I think, I mean, I like this one, but there's a couple of other easier Dali paintings that I'd like to do. If in the meantime you want to take a try at this Senga, absolutely, you could do it. In fact, I would love to see how you would approach this one. Okay, let's move on here. Ezra has sent in their work here. Wow, cool. Wow, I love how wide you made Batman's shoulders to make him look, you know, so this is using the 8-head tall figure, but you've made some little changes here and there, and that really, you know, makes his head look kind of tall, but makes his shoulders look ridiculously big and very bulky kind of figure. You can see the same sort of distortion that they did in the Batman animated series that began in the 90s, and I think still continues to this day, is kind of really distorting the proportions of the human body, giving these like little tiny feet, little hands, but really big chests. Oh, Brian, thank you for the donation. Thank you. Wow, you guys are awesome with all of the donations to the YouTube Super Chat here today. Saying this is that the Jesus on the cross by Dali is in the Kelvin Art Gallery in Glasgow. Yeah, you should try. I think you should. So that's, anyway, Ezra, great drawing. Wow, try to draw your own eye. Excellent. That's great. I love this little, was it Chihuahua kind of dog? Ooh, that's awesome. This fish. That turtle. That's great. Wow. That's really good. That might be my favorite one. That, well, I mean, I really like your Batman and the eye. Well, I guess all of them are great. But there's something about this. I think it's because, you know, getting all of the kind of these plates, these interlocking shapes on the shell of the tortoise and on the face, all those little details, those are hard to do. It takes time and patience and great observation. And so I'm really excited that how much work you put into these. That fish, that's great. You know, it's relatively simple, but relatively simple is a deceptive thing in art. It's easier said than done, right? Wow, I can't wait to see more stuff from you, Ezra. Let's move on to Emily. So Emily's sent in a few other works we've seen already today. Digital drawings done on Procreate. And I think these are 2 also done on Procreate. Really well done. I'm sorry, I don't have the post that might have given some context for these images to look at. But just, I mean, the compositionally, I like both of these compositions a lot. They're very strong. I wonder if they're based on other people's artwork or things that you've seen online. Brian says, well, it looks like I'm off. Again, thank you, Michael, for your wonderful input and your kind words of motivation. And thank you, everyone, as well, for seeing everyone's amazing works. That's amazing, Brian. Well, thank you so much. I would love to see more of your work. Keep on cranking out those awesome artworks. Upload them to our group. And I'd love to celebrate as you continue doing more episodes and as you start finding more of your own images to draw. So good luck there, Brian. Emily says, Senga says, my mom had a turtle, maybe? Wow. That's wild. You know, there's somebody here in Vancouver who's got a pet turtle that they walk around town on a leash, and of course they've got some sticker or something on it saying, you know, take a photograph of me and tag me on Instagram kind of thing. It's all about the likes, right? I don't know what else I can offer here, Emily, that I haven't said about all of your other previous artwork other than this is great. Yeah, so I'm just going to move on. So, Anakit here has sent in some drawings. We'll look at these. Ooh, wow. Let's just look at them all together. Okay, so maybe I'll go back to the beginning. Okay, I think I just need to blow my nose here because I've got stuff building up inside my nose. Give me 1 second. Well, I think I lost some brain mass. I think half of my brain came out of my nose. I think it says take honey. I've been adding the honey to my tea already. It is helping. Michael's definitely got an allergy to something. I do have very bad allergies in general, and so the spring is a bit of a gauntlet for me. Okay, so let's look at these. I think, you know, notably at first I noticed that proportion. So, you know, this goes back to what I was saying earlier. With proportions, you know, this is such a common issue in drawing that the vast majority of people put the eyes way too high on the face, and they mistakenly put the nose either in the center or close to it, meaning we end up having these long jaws or really long noses. The eyes are, in fact, basically in the center of the face. Some people have them slightly higher than that center line, but for all intents and purposes, we're talking about very close to the center of the face. So on yours here, I notice, you know, this looks like your center line, and look how much higher your eyes are. So that means, look how long your nose is. It becomes this really long kind of snout. So it's just a matter of lowering those eyes down. I think that's going to make a big difference, Anakin. These are great. I love that you're experimenting with looking at the face from different perspectives. Looking at those different. Okay, so maybe you did kind of learn your lesson here, because this here image on the right, we see those eyes a little bit more closely positioned to the center. Oh, great. I like these female faces. That one on the right is exceptional. What's happening here with these lips? I think it's pretty much everything's maybe in the right place. It's just that those lips need to be rotated, so like the corner of her mouth, rather than being kind of down here, is going to be up a little bit higher. And what I would do is just look at photographs of people from the side. Look at how to draw noses and nostrils. I did a whole episode talking about drawing noses, so you could look at that. But oops, sorry, it's not on camera. Okay, let me see. Let's go back. Yeah, so these noses a little bit too long here. Thank you, Senga. Thank you, Barbara. Yeah, so I like your drawing from below there. This one looks great because we're seeing the eyes are closer to the center of the face. That's great. So I was just looking at these faces here. I like how this woman's face is drawn, whereas this one, I think the corner of the lips can come up a bit, and this nose is there's something quirky going on here. I can't quite place if that line is the bottom of the nose or a nostril. So I think just a little bit more clarity there, I think, would really help. Okay, whoa, okay. What are we looking at here? You know, one thing is that in anime and manga, Japanese comic books, or Japanese animation and comic books, there is quite they're become very stylized, and to the point where sometimes facial features have little to no direct relationship to like actual human faces, and so we do get these quite wild distortions. There's nothing wrong with that, but I do think there needs to be sort of like a consistency throughout, and maybe that's going to take some time for you to develop, because you could draw faces like this, and if you do that over time, even if it's maybe, quote, not anatomically correct, we'll start to kind of just accept that as the style of your drawings. So it's possible that you might be able to make that work. Wow. That eye is awesome. Great. Okay, so I would say 90% of this is functioning perfectly well. The one place, let's actually bring this up here. The one alteration I would make is, so let's say we've got, that's your tear duct and your eyelashes, and then you've got your iris here. So what you've got is you've drawn the pupil kind of there, which I can understand why you do that, because it's kind of close to the center. But since this person is looking there, we probably want the pupil to be a little bit closer to this edge so that it's, in other words, it's more like that, because it suggests, you know, this area is a little bit more narrow, and that it really feels like the eye is on, you know, like this is your eyeball, right? So that this eyeball's a little bit closer to that far edge, right? And then we put some little highlights on that, right? So I think that would be a little simple kind of change to make there. If we just kind of took that and insert it into your own artwork there. Ah, Singa, I love you. Okay, oh great, look at these eyes. So it looks like you were, Aniket, like thinking about this. That's great. So maybe you already learned the lesson that I was just explaining there in your next series of drawings. I can see, it's hard, maybe it doesn't come up on screen as effectively, but I see you doing just that, exploring the shape of the eye and rotating it around. I do still think that, you know, with some of these rotations, just, again, it actually looks like you've captured it kind of here pretty well. Right, except the eyes, in fact, well, maybe I won't rotate it, but we've got the center of that pupil is a little bit closer to the right side, leaving a little bit more space on there. So you're getting it. So I think you understand it. I think you know what you're, how to fix that drawing. Whoa, look at these. I love these kind of sleepy eyes. Wow. Great work. Thing is, I always put a little book in my pupils for the reflection. Interesting. That's a cool little Easter egg, as they call it, right? Okay. We're almost done our drawing section here. We're looking at Alex's drawings now. Okay, what can I offer for advice here, Alex? Oops. Okay, I see what you've done. Okay, so here's, what's this actor's name? Oh, it'll escape me, but, does it say Michael Strassen? Something like that? Okay, so I look at this drawing, and I notice, you know, this side of the face is very dark, and then this side of the face is much lighter. And we look at the original, and I think you've captured that perfectly. This side is darker, this side's lighter. However, one thing that I do notice is I think this right side isn't quite dark enough, and so it gives a little bit of a look like maybe one side of the face has been shaved and a little bit of stubble's grown back in, and this side the beard is intact and it hasn't been touched. So it gives a little bit of sense that, like, you know, maybe he was shaving while he, after a few drinks or something, right? It's a little bit uneven self-care and hygiene here. I think the easiest thing would be just to darken the right side and fill in his beard so it's not quite, so we don't have that little bit of lopsidedness. I again, you might say, well, isn't that just kind of defeats the shadow that is actually on the left side of his face? And it's, I would say it might appear that way, but I think that at the very least, I think that would be preferable to just having kind of what appears to be an uneven shave. I could say, I mean, it's something you do slowly. You'd want to put in like at least double or triple the amount of hairs here. You'll see it start to kind of get a little bit darker. And if you still feel like, then if it gets to a point where like, oh, now it's unbalanced, you can go back in and darken this side a little bit more. But definitely this side of the face needs to be darkened. Also, and this is very tricky because I think you've done a really good job. It's just that this face is not looking at us straight on. He's turned a little bit. Or I guess it's the other way, right? So he's turned a little bit. So that means we can see more of the right ear than the left ear. It also means his nose is no longer right in the center. It's a little bit off to the side. Whereas in yours, you've got all the features are basically symmetrical, and yet it's face, but you've drawn the features as if they're trying to turn. So it gives it this kind of distorted quality. So this nose, instead of being there, should be the tip of the nose, I think, right here. Right? The ears are also different sizes. Like, look how big this ear is. This ear kind of goes all the way down to the tip of his nose, and then much higher than his eyebrow. Whereas this one, a little bit shorter than about the size of the top of his eyebrow, but then comes in closer to the, not nearly the top. So the ears are different sizes, and yet because his face is turned, we almost expect this ear to be bigger than the ear on the left. So little changes. If we were to redraw, I would say definitely you'd want to redraw the drawing rather than trying to fix that drawing. Now we look at this guy, and there's your initial sketch, and then there it is all filled in. Interesting. In fact, I feel like the final drawing is more successful than your initial sketch. Like, there's some issues I see in here, but it looks like as you worked on the drawing, you kind of started to figure it out. And I think it looks pretty good. What do I notice here? Like in the original photograph, he's kind of like a tough guy, right? But I like that in your own picture, he's kind of like, he's lightened up a little bit. He's not like, and I really see that in his eyes, like these, his jaw, he's kind of putting it out. He's a tough guy, he's ready for anything. Here he's sort of like, he feels more relaxed and he's just hanging out. Right? And he's kind of looking at you with, he's disarmed. I mean, he's still got his arms crossed, but he's not ready to throw down and fight. Whereas this guy looks like he's just hanging out, and you just walked up to him and asked him a question, and he's like, What are you talking about? Get out of here, you fool. Whereas here he's like, yeah, why don't you sit down and have a drink with us? You look kind of cool. Right? So I think that's kind of funny, and maybe that's kind of one of those fun things that drawing does. Maybe we unconsciously project things into art like that. Well done, Alex. Okay. Just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. The vast majority of people watching these episodes, maybe even right now, are not current subscribers to the channel, haven't hit the like button, and those things can be transformative for somebody like me as we approach 3.5 million views on the channel and 50,000 subscribers. Every little click there makes a huge difference and helps us reach a much broader audience. And if you're like me and you think, wouldn't it be great if more people had creative outlets for their feelings and emotions rather than starting wars with their neighbors, etc., then, like, just imagine if Donald Trump took a painting class, right? Maybe we would be in a little bit more stable of an environment at the moment, right? Maybe if he took a drawing class, he wouldn't have be saying so many nasty things about my homeland here of Canada, right? You can leave a small donation to help support the channel. Those of you who were watching at the beginning of the episode saw when that camera that's filming me right now was kind of on the fritz and everything was like purple and looked like it was from the 1980s. So eventually I'm going to have to buy a new camera to replace that one, which is going to cost a little bit of money. So if you've got an extra $5 to help support the fundraising effort for a new camera, I would appreciate that. You click on or scan that QR code, it takes you to the PayPal where you can safely donate to support the channel. You can also donate, like Senga's done 3 times today, using the super chat function directly here in the YouTube app while you're watching the live stream. If after it's aired you can't use a super chat, but you can certainly donate via email, sending an e-transfer or an old-fashioned check in the mail. So greatly appreciate all of those you support. And if you want to participate in a future episode like this, join the Facebook group, take a photograph of your artwork, upload to the Facebook group, and about another 5 weeks from today we'll go through everything that's on there and I'll help you make your own artwork even better. Whether it's drawings or paintings you did in the most recent Master Studies episodes, or whether it's doing the drawings that from the drawing class I taught here 5 years ago that's still here available on YouTube. By far the most popular thing I've ever done. Millions of people have done my drawing course. So consider joining that way, or participating in, well, doing the drawing course, but then taking a photograph and uploading it to our Facebook group. Okay. So many words. So many words. Now let's switch from drawing to painting, and let's take a look at the paintings that you guys have done outside of class, whether that's going back to some of the earlier Master Study painting episodes, or even the painting course I did before the Master Study series I started 4 years ago, or if it's a draw or a painting that you've created outside of class, purely of some of your own interests or based on an artist that you like, and have done your own Master Study. So Barbara says Donald Trump he'd make beautiful art again, or make great art again. Totally. I mean, that would be, you know, if Donald Trump wanted to go and make art great again, I don't know what that would look like, but I would certainly be open to hearing his thoughts on the matter. It could be it would be very interesting. I don't know what I think Donald Trump's views on art are fairly conservative. I don't think he would be a fan of too much modern art, but you know, you never know. I mean, based on the photographs I've seen of Trump's like homes and things, he tends to have very kind of traditional tastes of, you know, relatively photorealistic kind of paintings. Okay. Once again, I'm going to start from the back of the alphabet and work my way forward, because last episode I went from A to Z, so we're going to go Z to A today. Oh my goodness. So, Stephanie. And I think Stephanie said they did two versions. Okay, so these are the two different versions. Wild. Okay. And I can't remember. I think you said you did two. Maybe there are different gifts for different people in your family or something. I can't remember, Stephanie, what the story was there. But these are wild. And I mean, the amount of detail that you jammed into these paintings, which is actually very close to the original, which itself is jammed full of details. This being the unicorn from the unicorn tapestries in the cloisters as part of the Metropolitan Museum's collection. And I think, as I mentioned, I mean, if you live anywhere near New York City and you haven't been to the cloisters and at the very northern tip of Manhattan Island, you're missing out big time. It's, I think, one of my favorite places on earth, and you got to go see the unicorn tapestries. One of the greatest achievements in textile art, at the very least, if not art in general. Anyway, the fact that you did this painting twice, Stephanie, is an achievement as well, because I can't imagine you did. I mean, it must have taken you 5 or 6 hours to do one of these paintings. So the fact that you did two versions of it makes me just like go, whoa, that's a serious commitment. You know, again, slightly different. I mean, this one here, the unicorn appears almost to be kind of like laying down inside of this gated meadow here, versus the original. This is a little bit closer to the original, where the unicorn is kind of rearing up on its hind legs, if I recall, right? Oh, so they're for your grandkids, Stephanie. I mean, wow. I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm honestly blown away by how much hard work is in here. I mean, the details are exquisite. Like, look at all of these little flowers and plants and vines. He just goes on and on and on. Singer says, I did a tapestry years ago. I need to post it. Oh, Stephanie says, I love my granddaughters. They are fairies too. I think that's fairies. Is that a little fairy emoji, I think? Wow. Very, very impressed. Wow. This is the kind of thing that, you know, 20, 30, 40 years later, those kids, if they have any sense about them, and I'm sure they do, will see these as sort of like their greatest possessions of all time. These are the kind of things that if some unfortunate thing like a fire were to break out, these would be some of the first things they would grab on the way out the door. I would, anyway. If someone in my family painted this and gave this to me, I'd be like, this instantly goes to the top of my most cherished possessions. Wow. I mean, I don't know. I'm a bit of a loss for words is what to say. Senga says, how long did it take you to paint these, Stephanie? Yeah, the amount of detail. That's awesome. Well, thank goodness Senga stuck around this whole time, because now we're coming back to Senga's paintings. So Senga did lots of paintings. How many do we got here? Oh, we got probably 30 or so photographs. So we're going to go through these. So it looks like I think this is a sketch maybe for this painting. Wild. Okay, so I wonder what the story behind this is, Senga. Stephanie says, it took me about 40 hours to paint those paintings. Yes, that sounds about right. I was going to say, there's no way that Those were done in, like, I don't know how long it took me to paint my versions, maybe 10 hours, and even then there's half as much detail as you painted in there. So it feels like there's a bit of a story going on here. We've got this storm, like a tsunami happening, this tree that's about to be crushed by the storm, and then we've got these blocks, or maybe that's a city, and then the sun and these clouds. So it's like kind of it's almost like a kind of like yin yang kind of thing going on here. You've got like this, maybe this huge potentially destructive force, and then this life-giving force of the sun. And yet, sometimes we need that destruction in order to kind of reset and keep the cycle going. You know, as a tree falls, it gets, disintegrates and provides vitamins that create new trees. So there's that kind of whole cycle of life. Oh, this is a drawing. Okay. Wow. I guess that might be charcoal as well, or chalk of some kind. We're looking at painting. That's the Opera House in Sydney. When I was down there, not this, a year and a half ago for Christmas, I went there and saw a performance in the Opera House. One of my little bucket list items. Ooh, it's like a paint pour. It looks like you did that, and then painted over top of it. Wow. And then these tiles on the wall, and then you made a painting of that. I love that. Very cool. Ooh, I like this. I like the sunset and the waves, the reflection on the water, and then the like names carved into the sand. Thing is, I couldn't get the image out of my head, so I had to draw it. So I kept trying to draw it. That's great. Yeah, I like these little mini canvases. It certainly gives you an opportunity to get a lot of work done in a very short period of time. And I love this. I can't remember what the name of this. The Duke or a king with the traffic cone on his head. That's very funny. Ooh, and that's definitely hot glue on that or tile. I thought it was canvas, but it's tile, isn't it? The sunset. Ooh, I love how this turned out. I don't know if this is done, but one thing you could do is you could also darken these trees, not make them black, but just sort of adding a little bit more darkness in there, because the sun is behind these mountains. So if the sun is behind them, and we're standing here, then probably we're looking at the trees in their darkest side, right? You don't have to change that, because I do kind of like the composition as it is. But if you wanted something that maybe had a bit more of a lifelike appearance, like, so for instance, if we look at the photograph, look how dark the tree is. It's basically just a silhouette against the sky. So you don't have to, just because that's the way it looks in life doesn't mean that's what you have to do in your own artwork. But if you're trying to reproduce something from life and you're wondering what's wrong, then that would be, a little solution. Finally finished the portrait of my biggest painting I've done so far. Would love your feedback. I always struggle with lips. I think this looks great. I think I don't know if there's I mean, I don't see any problem with the lips offhand, but I don't know what the original looks like. A few things. it's hard. So it looks like the light is coming from the left, and then so it's giving us these shadows on the right. I mean, it's conceivable that her ear is light like that with some other light here, but probably that would be darker, or mostly dark. There might be parts of the ear that are getting a little bit lighter. This line on the left side, let's say on the left side as far as we're concerned, probably a little bit too dark, because if the light's hitting it there, then it really probably shouldn't make a line like that. It should be on this side, if any at all. And again, even putting a line like that, you just got to be careful, because then it starts making people look like they've got a bit of a double chin, which most of us have anyway, especially if we're a little bit older. But sometimes if you're going to do something like that, you probably want to just hint at it rather than really define it, because that might not be the most flattering thing. Similarly with the eyes, I mean, it's possible that your grandmother had a fairly strong outlining, like I don't know that that's outlining pen or something that women use for their eyes, or putting mascara on it. So it's quite likely that the top of the eyelid could have that, and would probably be darker anyway, because we tend to have the darker part of our eyelid with the eyelashes casting shadows on our eyes, so often it appears darker. But maybe the bottom eyelids down here might be a little bit less defined, a little bit lighter. The more you define it like that, the more it starts looking like a very dramatic form of makeup. I mean, just look at, what's his name, J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States. There's all these things about him maybe wearing makeup mostly because of the darker line that we most clearly uses makeup to draw under the bottom eyelid, which is a very theatrical thing that actors on stage do, or like slapstick comics used to do in the 1920s before the sound era, because it makes the eyes really pop, right? It gives almost a slightly cartoony quality when you've got like a dark black outline around the entirety of the eye opening. It really makes a big contrast to the so-called whites of the eyes. So I would say that. I would also say maybe, I guess if you're talking about the lips, it is probably more likely that the darker side of the lips is going to be on the right side of the face, because that's where it is a little bit darker, whereas on this side it could be a little bit lighter. It's almost like as if we invert this. If we have that lighter side on this side and the darker side on that side, it would make more sense. I mean, it's possible the lighting is kind of even, but here, you have definitely defined this right side as being darker. So we might also see a little bit of darker area inside the corner of her eye here, and maybe a little bit on this side as it helps create the shape of the eye. It might be a little bit less dark on the inside of her face there, a little bit darker here. Maybe a little bit darker on her neck, and maybe a little bit of a shadow on her chest there. Again, just tiny little things, but I think those little things could help just a little bit. This is the biggest canvas I've done. Thing says, do you see any improvements in my work? Of course, dramatic improvements, absolutely. I think that's what's really exciting. And that's why I want to help you get even better, because just imagine how far you've come already. And if you can incorporate some of these kind of little suggestions, I mean, by the time we do this next bonus episode, it's going to be like another evolutionary leap forward. So, really cool. Okay, Senga. Senga says, do you think I could sell my work? like you said, with cats, well, your animal portraits are great. Oh, absolutely, you can start selling your work. I mean, I think I should almost do a whole episode on selling work. I think it's important to have reasonable expectations when you first start selling your work, and to basically, if you've never sold any artwork ever before, is to pretty much have zero expectations. That, like, if someone buys one of my works, then that's a major bonus, but I have no expectations that anyone's ever going to spend a penny on my work, so that if it happens, then it's like, wow, this is excellent. To start small, and, so it might not be like, oh, I'm going to start up a pet painting business tomorrow, and I'm just gonna watch the money roll right in, and I'm gonna start planning the vacation I'm gonna take with all of the money I make to go to Hawaii 2 weeks from now. Probably not gonna happen, for even if I just started doing that out of the blue, right? So it takes a while, and you got to develop a lot of work, practice a lot. I think the best thing to do is like what you've done and what a lot of people here on the channel have been doing, is just start out painting pictures, trade them with friends, give them away as gifts, and those are your paintings as you're learning, and the better and better you get, the more and more you're trading, giving away paintings to friends and family, at some point it starts to flip where somebody's got a painting that you gave them, and it's maybe in their office or their home, and somebody visits and says like, wow, I love that picture of your dog, like, did you do that? And they're like, oh no, my friend Senga did that. And they're like, what? Wow, I wonder if she could do a painting of my dog. And you're like, yeah, here's I'll send you their phone number or whatever, and then you get contacted that way. I think that would be a more organic way of going about starting to sell your work, as opposed to just kind of setting, because I've seen some people in the past, not here on my YouTube channel, but in person, people who've like taken like 5 classes, and then they go and rent a booth at like a fair, or like a community event, and they've got a bunch of their paintings, and it costs them $1,000 to rent this booth for like the one-day festival, and they don't sell anything, and then they get really discouraged, and they just stop painting altogether. Like, I've seen that happen to people twice. I think like, oh, like that was a bit of a leap too far. I don't think you were quite ready to go there, and then getting discouraged like that. It's like, that's the last thing I want for anybody, is to stop making art. So I think you want to kind of ease into that kind of thing as gently as possible. Singa says, I'm giving loads away and got some in hotels and still waiting on shop opening. Oh, you're going to open your own shop? I've done one of Stereophonics' new album with Stewart on it, not posted yet as I sent it to Kelly. Singa says, I do definitely feel I can do things a lot quicker and easier. Kelly Jones, is that one of the members of Stereophonics? Yeah, I mean, again, I just be careful about setting the bar too high for yourself. Just have reasonable expectations that, professional artists usually work for maybe years and years before they have, a body of work that they've created. Like, so, yeah, I would suggest, I mean, I don't know how long you've been working Senga, but I think, another good year before you're really making a serious commitment to, like, really making this kind of more than just even a little bit of a side hustle. Oh, Senga says, Kelly Jones is my friend's dad. Or its friend's dad. Okay. So I'm going to move on here. Still got lots more work to look at. Here's Rio. Riro. Okay, my first painting after procrastinating all day. Awesome, that's great. And you got these art supplies, these pencils and pens, erasers, brush set, cool. Okay, so it looks like you just got your materials, and that's maybe one of your first paintings. I think that's great for a start. Excellent. I love the reflection of the sky and the water. That's really beautiful. I love the bird just perfectly placed in the middle of the sun there. Excellent. Looks like a very small little canvas, but that's a great place to start. Yeah, keep on going. You know, if you're frustrated with this kind of the edge where the paint is soaked or slipped underneath the tape, consider, I mean, I've done this in a number of other episodes, but consider just applying a very thin layer of clear paint over top of the tape where it meets the canvas to seal those edges temporarily so that paint can't sneak under the tape. Oops. Oh, saying this is my art shop friend's dad. Okay, cool. Yeah, absolutely. Go right ahead. Try selling your work through there. That'd be great. Okay, Rosa. A year later, but I finally painted Raphael's Angels. Used glazing liquid for the first time. It was so much fun. Thank you, Michael. Wow. This is your first time using glazing fluid. That's amazing, Rosa. It came out great. I mean, I think, if anything, you could go and do a little bit more with a darker color, darker skin color, and just define the bodies a little bit more, because it's very subtle as it is. But, you know, because it's a little bit harder to see, you know, the fingers particularly, noses, mouths. It's very, very subtle. It could just be the photograph, but I do think that a little bit more contrast between light and dark could help. And you've definitely got some of the lighter values in place. I think pushing those darker contrasts give a little bit more dimension. But, you know, if this is, you know, one of the first paintings that you've done in a year, this might be a great one to put aside, start doing some more, and then as you get more confident, you could come back. I also really love the way you painted the background. I can't remember how I did my version, but what I sense out of this, it has like a marble kind of quality. Like the way that this, I don't know if you did like a paint pouring technique or something there, but that's extremely effective. And that is working really, really well for you in this painting. I love it. Barbara says, I was looking at a website that is a marketplace for artists. You upload your painting, they decide how much to charge, and that's their fee. If you want to make any profit, you add it to their fee. Interesting. This thing says, some of them take most of the profit, but I'm looking into it, Barbara, for us in class to sell prints. Interesting. Yeah, just be careful about doing anything like that, because the danger is you can end up losing money, right? Because you end up paying fees and shipping, and you end up not making enough money to cover your basic supplies or your time or even the shipping. And people just do that just, I guess, for the satisfaction of having sold the work, which is a big deal. I think it's important that somebody spent money on your work. But, you know, personally, I would prefer giving away my artwork to a friend or family member which means I might not get any money for it, then literally losing money to ship it to somebody I've never met and probably will never meet, because often the way those websites work is they don't tell you who bought your work. It just sort of disappears into the world. So yeah, that's why I think, even like in art school, we generally discourage students from selling their work when they're in school. We teach them, I do, and there should be more of it, but teach them some business skills so that after they graduate, after they've built up a portfolio, that's when they can start going out and selling things. Because the one thing that can happen is when you're kind of earlier in your creative development is when you make that switch to starting to sell your work. And let's say it does catch on and everyone wants to buy your dog portraits, and then you start feeling like, I've got to keep doing this thing that maybe I'm not even really that interested in, because I don't want that source of income to dry up. And maybe you start to lose interest, and it's not the worst thing to be selling your work and to trying to feel like you're trapped into just making dog paintings all the time, but it can make it difficult for people to be more experimental, and if they've already kind of started to go down a path that people are into. Robin, oh, it's awesome. I haven't seen Robin in a little bit here. So Robin, I've did this small acrylic painting on paper to give to the Incognito art show in Sydney. Wow. Now that's a wild, weird painting. What on earth are we looking at here? I mean, there's so many patterns in different little areas in this painting that it's I think you cited some influences like Alex Katz and David Hockney and things. I see those for sure. Yeah, I will say that it is similar to like clothes and fashion. I don't know what there's a some people come up with these like fashion rules, and it's like you don't want to have two contrasting patterns. Like you don't want to wear stripes with leopard print or something. You wear leopard print, but maybe like solid color pants, and so that you have one strong pattern, and rather than having clashing patterns. So here we've got these hearts, and then we got the checkerboard, and then we could also even call like the plumage on the owl here as a different kind of pattern. And it wouldn't be too much more of a stretch to talk about these flowers as a kind of a pattern as well. And then you've got this kind of impressionist background. You got these much more articulated and stylized stems of these branches. So from a fashion standpoint, I think some if you watch like The Devil Wears Prada, is it Glenn Close? No, it's not Glenn Close. Who plays the central figure? There's Anne Hathaway plays the woman. Oh, it's going to drive me. But anyway, she would not approve of this level of pattern clashing here. I mean, I personally, that doesn't bother me. In fact, it's a bit wild, and I kind of like wild paintings. I will say though that the space inside this painting as to like what's actually going on is it's a bit confusing. Like I wonder, are the tiles, this black and white checkerboard, is that supposed to be like a floor that we're looking at, and then the dog is on that floor, sort of maybe looking out a window at the garden and the birds in the window, maybe? It's possible all that's going on. Perspective-wise, though, the way we would maybe be seeing those floor tiles is from a very high vantage point, which kind of conflicts with, like, so for instance, if we were able to see that vantage point, we would not see this perspective out the window. Out the window, we would instead see, if we're like, we wouldn't even see the water. We would just see grass all the way up, because, you know, if you're standing on a ladder looking down and then you're looking out the window, you're not going to see the water like that. You would just see, you know, the grass outside. So if that's the situation, if that's not the ground and it's just a pattern like wallpaper on the wall, that would make a little bit more sense. So there is a little bit of a strange perspective thing going on in this picture, but I also don't mind a little bit of strangeness. I like kind of to be my brain to try to wrestle with these. Okay, so let me see, I gotta pick my daughter up here in half an hour. Well, even less, I gotta be out the door. 20 I gotta be done in 20 minutes. So let's, how many more paintings? Oh, I got a bunch. Okay, you're gonna have to excuse me if I'm going to pick up the pace here. So here's Richard's, now I don't know which one. Okay, I think this is the painting oh no. So these are Tom Thompson paintings that Richard found, and then this is Richard's version of it. I love that. That is gorgeous, Richard. That is so cool, especially compared to the original Tom Thompson paintings. So this is the same painting, but just photographed in different ways, and you can see how dramatically different the painting looks when it's lit different ways. I would go so far as to say I like your painting better than the Tom Thompson paintings originally. Here's a Lauren Harris paint. I think this is the original. And then that's your version of it, which is just outstanding. Right? I think that's your version. Yeah. Again, I would go so far as to say that it's certainly on par, if not better, than the original. Hard to say, but they are, I mean, they're nearly identical. I haven't seen this version, this Lauren Harris painting in person before, so I can't, but, so it could just be photographed and be a little bit kind of dark and muddy. I do like yours, Richard, that it feels brighter and a little bit more cheery. That's really cool. Wow, I haven't painted for almost a month. It was a bit of a painter's block, and I saw this photo of Jack Pine and I felt motivated to paint it. That's beautiful. Really cool. I don't know what else I can offer to help here in any way. I mean, the sky is, let's zoom in. The sky is just gorgeous. Look at that sunset and the clouds. I love how the colors in the sky and the clouds change from the very top of the painting to where we go down. It's a little, you know, the colors aren't quite as strong and they're a little bit warmer, versus as we go down the painting, the colors get cooler and maybe even a little bit more vivid as they approach the sun. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can say. I mean, the rocks down here, I'm assuming this is rocks and not like a paved slope, are, you know, very simple. You know, I was thinking about saying maybe we should break this up and add a little bit more, you know, a little bit more texture here. But I'm just gonna set my watch to charge while I'm doing this. I don't know. There's something also, you know, very stylized, simplified about that I kind of like too. Beautiful. But I mean, all three of these paintings that you did recently and uploaded are just wonderful. Stunning, Richard. Absolutely stunning. Great job. Wow, okay. Lots of comments. So Paula's here got this one picture of a, what is that? Is that a cockatoo or a parrot? I'm not quite sure. I was having a conversation with the difference between parrots and cockatoos the other day. I didn't realize the beak is really the main difference there. That's beautiful, though. I really like how that turned out, Paula. Pascal. I don't know if Pascal's there in the chat. I don't think I've seen him there yet. But these are excellent. I love that you started a bunch simultaneously painting these Van Gogh sunflowers. I love how goopy and thick these paintings are. So much texture. Gorgeous. Wonderful. Really nice to see how they evolved simultaneously. I like that you prepped them all at the same time. I mean, I love how much texture is. These are probably even more texture than Van Gogh himself had in most of his paintings. So it is kind of neat to see that super big texture goopiness. I love it. I mean, I love thick, goopy. I mean, I like thin paintings like the Mona Lisa, but there's something to be said about these big, goopy Frank Auerbach kind of things that are just wonderful. I don't know what else I can offer here, Pascal, other than I love how these turned out. Yeah, I like everyone's slightly different compositions. Van Gogh himself did many different kinds. He often even sometimes reproduced his own paintings, but changed the background colors a little bit. And the interesting thing is that if you've ever tried putting sunflowers in a vase, they're so big and heavy as they droop down. So it didn't even occur to me until I was reading about some of Van Gogh's sunflowers, a book recently. I think it's called The Sunflowers Are Mine, or The Sunflower Is Mine. That was just talking about, like, you know, he probably did not have sunflowers in a vase. He painted them on a table, and then, but sort of artificially, you know, put them in a vase in the painting, which sort of blew my mind. I'm like, oh, it never even occurred to me about that. Here's Natalie decided to paint a picture of Vladimir Zelensky. This is based on one of our Paint the News episodes we did at the beginning of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Natalie says, I can't seem to be able to work with the glazing or slow dry, having difficulties. I think, you know, that's very typical. It's a hard material to get to know at first. The main thing is whenever I see people using it, is they always put way too much paint into the glaze. Again, glazing fluid, you at least want to start with maybe 90% glazing fluid, 5-10% color. And so you're just barely, the color is so transparent, just making slight change to the painting. And then you're painting little areas, and then within 5-10 seconds after the brush touches the canvas, you're blending it out with another brush. You're not painting big areas and then coming back and trying. You have to be doing little small sections at a time. So using lots of glazing fluid, because that's got that chemical that slows the drying time down, and you're blending instantly. And then you're using the hair dryer to set it before you do more. Right? So those are your three things. Lots of glazing fluid, blending immediately, and then using the hair dryer. And then you just repeat that endlessly. But you're close. I think a big thing that's missing, at least in this photograph, is the eyes. The pupils, darkening those eyes. Without those eyes there, the face is always going to look kind of strange and undefined. So once those eyes get in there, I think the personality will start to appear on canvas. Okay. Question is, to be upfront, I've been drawing and practicing every day, but sometimes I have some thoughts like it doesn't seem to have any improvement or improving too slowly. Sometimes I'm having a lack of motivation. Is it normal to have some sort of burnout when wanting to improve? I could use some tips and advice on this. Oh, yeah. Is it natural to feel like you're not moving forward? 100%. I think most artists feel that all the time. They always feel like, but that's the thing, is our perception doesn't always mirror reality. Often we feel like we're just treading water, whereas everyone else around us is like, whoa, you're getting so good. And you're like, really? I don't really feel that way. And they're like, I wish I could do that. And you're like, really? Yeah, but you're just blah, 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 blowing smoke in my ears. And they're like, no, it's incredible, right? We are always blinded by reality. That's the problem with humans, is we're stuck in our own heads, and it's very hard for us to be objective and see the world as other people see, or see us the way other people see what we're doing. So that's why I think you always have, that's what the benefit of sharing your work with other people is. You post it and other people are like, whoa, that's incredible. And you're like, yeah, but look at here's all the 20 things wrong with it. And people are like, what are you talking about? You should be happy with this. This is amazing. Right? So yeah, it's you know, you have to just keep moving forward, keep making more artwork, and it doesn't always feel like you're moving forward. It feels like you're treading water, but you are. Every painting is a step forward. It just doesn't necessarily feel that way. That's why it's a good idea to have your older work around and to not tear up or throw out old stuff, because then you don't have anything to refer to, right? It's like, I don't know, 15 years ago I walked, or well, 12 years ago I walked the Camino de Santiago in Spain. And yes, there's times where you walk for like 40 kilometers in one day, and you sort of look at the map and you're like, man, I still got so far to go. I don't feel like I've gone anywhere. And then you just have to look back, and then you go like, whoa, when I began today, I was beyond the horizon. I've walked further than my eye can see today. My goodness, I've walked a lot today, right? So that's why it's important, like, if you have to draw, I think, in a sketchbook, so that, you know, when you're at page 40 and you're just like, I haven't done anything good, you go back to page 1 and you're like, whoa, yikes, I'm way better than that today. Sometimes you look back at page 1 or 2 and you're like, that's an amazing drawing. I don't feel like I've gone that far. But you are. And you'd be able to do that drawing you did on page number 1 that you thought was so great, it took you 4 hours to do, you can do it in 20 minutes. So keep moving forward. You're doing great. You're doing great, Brian. Okay. Maria, I love this. This is the Sonia Delaunay painting. We did that one maybe a few years ago. It's great. Maria also sent in, this is the Lauren Harris icebergs. We talked about those relatively recently, so that's fantastic. Now this is Marie's paint. Okay, so I think that's a different one. Senga was talking about my niece having painted whale. Anyway, Maria, that's amazing. So cool. You know, I love this painting. I could see some, like a marine biologist saying, well, if a whale came up in the water and it had its big tail splashing like that, we would see ripples all over the water. How could it possibly be so still? And then you'd say, listen, it's a painting. It's not necessarily, you know, pure reality here. So I don't mind that you've made some kinds of imaginative, creative decisions here, which I think really pay off big time. Okay, I got about 7 minutes before I gotta go. Wow, May, I love this abstract painting. Inspired the Jean-Paul Riopelle exhibit currently at the Vancouver Art Gallery. I love it. Oh, here's one of Stephanie's paintings we looked at earlier. Oh, here's another one. Oh, I love that one too, Stephanie. I don't know if you're still there. Sorry, I misclassified all of these here, but that is beautiful. I really like this. I don't know what it is, just flowers. I was just going for the flow for fun. Well, if that's what you're going with the flow and what fun is like for you, then that's amazing. The level of detail, like that's a lot of work in here. That would have taken maybe a good day of painting or more to do that. So that's very exciting. Stephanie, wow. Okay, so this is one of the Frida Kahlo paintings. Oh, that's amazing. Look at this. The George and the Dragon, St. George and the Dragon. Wow, this one is a very time-consuming painting. So the fact that you did so much of it and did it so well, very cool. I'm just blown away. Well done. Wow, and there's a lot of tiny little details in here, not easy to do. Yeah, you said this painting is super hard. It's for my grandson. I think they'd be very happy. Wow. It'll be cool to see if your grandson can one day try to do that same painting stuff. Oh, it's not sure. Oh, maybe this one was for your mother-in-law, maybe? Eula says we did this episode maybe 3 years ago, this Tom Thompson episode, and I did this one really quick because I think I had to, again, leave the house suddenly very early as well. So it's like an hour-and-a-half painting class. If you want to do one that's very fast, this is a good one to do. I love it. Yeah, looks great. Yeah, just, you know, these Tom Thompson paintings are just, you know, there's a reason why I'm writing illustrating a biography on him right now, because it's just so incredible, his facility with paint. Gerald's version of Georges Braque's painting. I love how that turned out, Gerald. Wow. I don't think there's anything I can offer here except congratulations, because this is basically bang on. You nailed it. All the subtle different blues in here, so effective. Yeah. I'm going to move on to Kathy's here. Kathy's got a couple paintings you've been working on. Wow. These are excellent. What does that say? Darker. Oh, is this somebody else's painting? You've made notations on there? Is that... I hope this is not your own painting you just wrote all over. Or maybe it is. Maybe you've... I don't know what I'm looking at here. But this is maybe your version of it, which I think is fantastic. This reminds me of this. I don't know who did the original, but this reminds me a lot of. It's right on the tip of my tongue. I can't remember his work. Hi, Malik Arts, sir. Nice to see you there. I'm new into art. Well, you're in the great place to be new to art here. Not Baltus. It's not Baltus. It's gonna drive me crazy. Anyway, I love this painting. I think this is really cool. I love how light and airy it is. I think this is fantastic, Kathy. I mean, I think we could do some things to make it look more lifelike, but I think it would that's not really what this painting is about. It's a much more impressionist kind of work. It's supposed to be, I think, light and airy, and That was my calendar I copied. Okay. Yeah, I think this is great. I would just leave it. I think this is fantastic. Okay, I've got to get out of that. I have to leave the house in like 5 minutes. I don't know. Can I? I'm almost reluctant. There's still another 20. I don't think I can do the rest of these in 20 minutes and do justice to all this work. Oh, and I skipped a few. Yeah, you know what? I think I know some people have been waiting along here, Barbara, for me to talk about your work, but it doesn't feel just, after you spent so much time on your work, to just race through and try to get it all done here in minutes. So I think what I'm going to do is pause for today, and we'll pick up where we left off in the next episode. So just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. If you want to support the channel, you can scan the QR code and donate to $5-10 to help buy ultimately a new camera. It's going to be replaced very soon. If you scan that QR code or enter in the PayPal address, that's where you can safely donate to support the channel. You can also send e-transfers or donate during the super chat, like Senga's done 4 times, I think, in this episode. And of course, join the Facebook group so you can participate in the next feedback session coming up in just over a month from today. That's what our Facebook group looks like. Thank you, everyone, for all of the incredible work that you've made. It just blows my mind that how many millions of people have been watching these episodes, how many tens of thousands of subscribers that have joined the channel over just the last few years. It's just, I'm honored, I'm touched, I'm super grateful and humbled that there's so many people who are getting into art, many for the very first time, some coming back to art after long periods of life getting in the way and things. I think the more people that make art, the more beautiful our world, the more peaceful our communities and families and everything will be. So I encourage you to spread the love of art throughout the world. Share your art with your friends and family. Encourage them to pursue something creative. It doesn't have to be painting or drawing, but maybe violin or dance or whatever it is. As I said, if more of our politicians learned a little bit about art, found positive ways to express themselves, I think we'd be living in a much better world. And that's the timeline I want to be on, and that's where I'm trying to push the universe in that direction. So thank you, everyone. We'll see you guys in our next episode next week. And for those people whose work I didn't get today, we'll do that for sure, and I'll make especially sure that we give a lot of extra love and attention to them. So thank you, guys. We'll see you very soon. Take care. Have a wonderful morning, evening, good night, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. Good night.